Testing, testing.
Back on the record in case 9702.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Office of People's Counsel calls Dennis Stevens and Paul J. Alvarez back up to the stand.
Yeah, but I think we're going to deal with him after I get done with them. So,
Oh, gotcha.
yeah. Yeah, yeah. No, yeah. So you're both still under oath, and I guess we start with the company.
Good morning, Mr. Stevens. Most of my questions today will be for you.
Right.
Obviously, if you need a lifeline, you can turn to Mr. Alvarez. Sir, would you agree with me that you retired from Xcel Energy in 2011?
Yes,
And you would agree with me that you had no regulatory responsibilities while you were employed at Xcel Energy, correct?
that's correct.
And you would agree with me, would you not, sir, that you've not worked for an investor-owned utility for the last 13 years? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me, would you not, sir, that there are numerous changes impacting the electric industry since you retired? For example, electrification, net energy metering, plug-in electric vehicles, COVID with more customers working at home, GHG reduction legislation, among other things?
Some of those things were in place when I was working, but they become more prevalent in the last few years, that's for sure.
Okay. Which ones of those things, let me just work through those. Were there electrification plans in place in Colorado when you were working, sir?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Was there net energy metering in place when you were working at Public Service Colorado?
I believe so, but I wasn't in that area, and so I'm not positive.
Okay. In 2011, were there a lot of plug-in electric vehicles?
A lot is, there were plug-in electric vehicles. In fact, I drove one,
Okay.
but not a lot.
And then there was the COVID where more people are working at home, correct? That wasn't.
That was not. Obviously, COVID was after that.
What about GHG legislation to reduce greenhouse gases? Were those in place in Colorado in 2011?
I remember that there was legislation. I don't remember if there was legislation in Colorado at that time.
Okay. Now, when you were employed at Xcel Energy, you led parts, and you talk about it in your direct testimony, you led parts of Xcel Energy's Smart Grid City demonstration project. Is that correct?
My role was, I was the director of utility innovations and smart grid investments, and my boss was the champion of the Smart Grid City effort, and I helped him develop the concepts for the Smart Grid City project, and in fact, we put together a video, helped develop a video that was presented to executives to get the Smart Grid City project approved. I worked a little bit with some of the vendors that would be involved to talk about some possible concepts. But once that project was approved by management, it was turned over to a separate director, and he was responsible for all of it.
And you note that fact at page 2 of your direct testimony, lines 10 through 13, that you developed the technical foundations for the project, including concepts. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I just described, right.
Okay. I need to get an exhibit marked, Your Honor, and this would be Pepco Exhibit
Wait a minute.
66.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Stevens, I hand you what I asked be marked as Pepco Exhibit 66. Is that your response to Pepco DR 4-4 to OPC?
That's correct.
And there I asked you a question about the Smart Grid City project, and is your answer true and correct there?
Yes.
And you're one of the sponsors of that data request, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that data request indicates, does it not, that there were $16.6 million of the $44.5 million costs of the project found to be imprudent and disallowed for recovery. Is that correct?
That is, excuse me, that is correct.
Okay. And if you look, I've appended a portion of the order where it notes that's the finding. Is that correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I'm not really seeing how the Colorado Public Utilities Commission's disallowance of a project almost more than 10 years ago is relevant for this proceeding.
Well, a couple of issues. One thing is these witnesses have testified in their pre-filed testimony that prudence disallowances are very rare. They've also testified that they're experts in this area in the smart grid, and I'm demonstrating that a smart grid program that Mr. Stevens was involved in, was one of the key sponsors of, had a prudence disallowance of $16.6 million on a program he planned. Also, this was admitted into evidence in case number 9655. I believe under the Maryland Rules of Evidence, I am allowed to impeach a witness, and this is appropriate impeachment under rule, just give me a second, 55616 of the Maryland Rule of Evidence A.
All right, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
I move admission of Pepco Exhibit 66.
So moved.
Need to get another exhibit marked. Your Honor, I ask that this exhibit be marked as Pepco Exhibit 67. It is OPC's response to DR 9-30. Mr. Stevens, is this data request sponsored by you?
It is.
And is your answer true and correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that the Denver Post called the Smart Grid City project poorly planned, poorly managed, and a failed experiment. Is that correct?
I would agree that that's what the Denver Post said. I would not agree with that, though.
I understand that you don't agree with what the
Okay,
Denver
thank you.
Post said, sir.
Right.
Now, Mr. Stevens, would you agree that Mr. Alvarez posted an article about utility CEO pay over $1 billion from 2017 to 2020 on April 27th, 2020?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. I need to get an exhibit marked, Your Honor. And this would be Pepco Exhibit 67.
68.
sorry.
67 was the Denver Post.
You're right.
Though. Yeah.
My apologies.
Oh, is this our joint article?
That's right.
Oh, that thing. Yes, okay, I'm familiar now. Okay.
Your Honor, I don't know if I moved admission of Exhibit 67.
So moved.
Mr. Stevens, is this a copy of your response to Pepco Data Request 855?
Yes, it is.
And are you the sponsor of that data request?
Jointly with Mr. Alvarez.
Okay. And your full response is there, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And that response is true and correct, is that correct?
That is true.
Okay. And in that data request response, you posted an unfortunate comment on LinkedIn, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And it was discussing your view of CEO pay and how it impacts grid modernization, correct?
Yes.
All right. With that, Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Exhibit 68.
So moved.
And you would agree with me, would you not, that post was only taken down after Pepco sent you a data request in 9655 questioning you about that off-color comment, correct?
That is correct.
Now, Mr. Stevens, are you aware that as part of the commission's structure for multi-year rate plans, that the company is required to make certain minimum filing requirements?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
You're not familiar with that, so let me ask you this. In your analysis of Pepco's case, did you review, let's assume that there were minimum filing requirements required, did you review those minimum filing requirements? I assume you didn't.
I don't believe that I did, no.
So you, and let me, I guess, now ask Mr. Alvarez, did you review the minimum filing requirements, Mr. Alvarez?
Not in their entirety, no.
Okay, and you didn't review the minimum filing requirements at all, is that right, Mr. Stevens?
That's true. I don't recall reviewing those requirements.
Okay, and so you don't know that the minimum filing requirements of the MYP were to provide information in advance to parties so they could do their review of the MYP case. Is that, you don't know that, correct?
I don't know that, you're right.
Okay. You talked, the Wired Group and yourself propounded a number of data requests on Pepco, is that correct?
That's correct.
And would you agree with me that when the Wired Group and yourself asked for a discovery conference on topics, every time the company made numerous SMEs available for your discussion and attempted to the best of their ability to answer your questions?
It appeared that they, to the best of their ability, first off, they did provide the conferences, and it appeared that they, to the best of their ability, to provide information. Sometimes, though, the subject matter expert that I asked a question about wasn't there, and they followed up if they could. So
And so if there were outstanding questions,
Right.
Pepco followed up, correct?
that's correct.
And on all the data requests that you deemed, by you I mean your co
Team.
Mr. Alvarez and Mr. Pepco followed up on all of those data requests, isn't that correct?
They responded to all the daily requests, but not every time did we get the information we needed and had to follow up with additional DRs.
And Pepco, is it your testimony that Pepco didn't do its level best to provide all the information that it had?
after several DRs, we generally got what we needed. But
And you got that before you filed your direct testimony in this
that's
proceeding?
correct.
Now, it's my understanding, Mr. Stevens, that you have been a witness, and Mr. Alvarez, the team has been a witness in BG&E's first MYP, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you were also a witness in BG&E's second MYP, is that correct?
That is also correct.
And now you were a witness in Pepco's first MYP, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall, sir, in BG&E's first MYP case, case number 9645, you were asked a question by then Commissioner Herman about the requirements to do cost-benefit analysis on projects?
I do not recall that question, but I'm sure I responded to it if it was asked.
And you responded under oath?
Oh, sure.
Okay. I need to get an exhibit marked, Your Honor, and it would be Pepco Exhibit 69.
Jeez.
Yes, of course. Thank you. I'm sorry, I can't count still. Now, Mr. Stevens,
Yes.
I've handed you an excerpt from the transcript in case number 9645. Do you see that, sir?
That's correct.
And if you could turn to page (740) of the transcript. Do you see that, sir?
I do see it. Yeah.
And that's the page with a marking up there that says Pepco Exhibit 51 in case number 9655. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there you're talking about whether or not a project needs to be cost justified with Commissioner Herman, starting on page 740, pouring over to page 741 and 742. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Commissioner Herman says on page 741, line 17, when you say cost justified, you're literally meaning that the benefit should outweigh the cost, literally. And you answer, yes, that's true. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then Commissioner Herman asks you, so if we have an example, let's take an extreme example. You see that?
I do.
And you say, again, the utility is required to provide service to customers. There's no cost justification required for repairing and providing facilities to serve customers. That does not require cost justification. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then Commissioner Herman asks you, so the only thing that requires cost justification in your view is when you call new projects that in your view don't need to be done, at least not yet. And you say, yes, I think that identifies it.
Yes, that's what it says.
And that was your sworn testimony in case number 9650, or in the BG&E case 9645. Is that correct?
That's what it is, yes.
And you stand by that testimony, is that correct?
I stand by the testimony, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, with that, I would move the admission of Pepco Exhibit 69.
So moved.
I need to get another exhibit marked, Your Honor. It'd be Pepco Exhibit 70.
Yeah. Oh, God, here we go again.
Sir, I hand you what I asked be marked for purposes of identification as Pepco Exhibit 70.
So marked.
And does that appear to be transcript portions from case number 9655?
I am sorry, you handed me two documents. Are they both the same?
Oh, yeah, they are. I'm sorry. The staple must have. Well, let me see what you have. Yeah, they're the same.
Okay. Okay.
And can you look on pages 875 through 877 of that document?
Yeah.
I'm looking at page 875.
Yes, I see it.
And on page 875, I asked you, Mr. Stevens, you also testified in BG&E's MYP case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then I asked you to look at page 740, lines 18 through 22. Correct?
Are you talking about referring to what I just reviewed before?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. And you say that you've read it?
Yes.
And then on page 876, I said, would you agree with me that you told Commissioner Herman that not all work on the utility system should be subject to cost-benefit analysis? And your answer was, that is correct. Is that your answer?
That is my answer.
And-
Obviously, that's a qualified answer, but yes.
Well, that wasn't a qualified question, was it? And I asked
Oh,
you...
I answered it, yes, but
Okay. And then I said, looking at page 741, lines 10 through 16, you say there are new programs. It's new programs that must be cost justified. Is that correct? And you say, to my direct question, yes, meaning that I'm not talking about new construction associated with capacity or equipment failure. I'm talking about actual new programs like those associated with grid modernization. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, where are you, what line are you on? What page?
I'm on page 876,
Yes.
line 9. That's where I asked the question, and you give your answers at lines 13 through 17.
All right. No, yes, I agree.
And you say, I'm not talking about new construction with capacity or equipment failure. I'm talking about actual new programs like those associated with grid modernization. That's correct?
That's correct.
And those are the programs that you testified under oath in case number 9655 that need to be cost justified. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding, yes.
Your Honor, I would ask for the admission of Pepco Exhibit 70.
So moved.
Need to get another exhibit marked, Your Honor. It would be Pepco Exhibit 71.
Oops, sorry.
So, Mr. Stevens, can you look at the first page of that document? And that is OPC's response to Pepco data request 8-1. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I asked that response 8-1 be marked as Pepco data request 71,
Pepco Exhibit 71.
or Pepco exhibit 71.
So Mark,
And you were the sponsor of that data request, sir?
I was.
And that answer is true and correct?
Yes, it is.
And there you say on the second sentence, quote, spending that is required for safe and reliable service does not require cost-benefit analysis at all. Is that correct?
Where are you referring to?
I'm referring to the second paragraph.
Oh, second paragraph.
The
You said
sec-
second sentence. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
sir. The
Okay.
second paragraph, second sentence, spending that is required for safe and reliable service does not require cost-benefit analysis at all. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you go on and you give an example, do you not, sir?
I do.
And in that example, you say, if a substation power transformer fails a dissolved gas analysis test, it might cost $5 million to replace. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you say, while it costs $5 million, that should be replaced. Is that correct?
Repaired or replaced, but yes, I say in this one replaced, yes.
Yeah, repair or replace.
Yeah, right, yeah.
And then you say, on the other hand, consider the utility proposal to replace substation power equipment that has passed dissolved gas analysis test, but would only cost $2 million to replace. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You say the utility shouldn't do that. Is that correct?
I'm saying they should do a cost-benefit analysis to determine whether it should be done or not.
Okay. So if it's to be replaced for $5 million, they shouldn't proactively replace it for $2 million. Is that correct?
No, that's not what it says at all.
Okay. All right. So that's my misunderstanding?
Yes, it is your misunderstanding.
All right. With that, Your Honor, I would move the admission of DR 8-1, Pepco Exhibit 71.
so moved. So, yep.
Could you turn to the second page of this item, sir? And is that OPC's response that I asked be marked as Pepco Exhibit 72? Is that the response to OPC or Pepco's data request 856 to the Office of People's Counsel?
It is.
And are you the sponsor of that data request, sir?
I am.
I would move the admission of Pepco Exhibit 72.
So moved.
On the third page there, sir, I ask that it be marked as Pepco Exhibit 73. Is that OPC's response to Pepco data request 57?
It is.
And, sir, are you the sponsor of that data request?
I am.
And is that data request true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Let me just have a chance to look it over real quick.
Sure. Tell me when you're ready, sir.
Yes, it's true.
Okay, I want to ask you a couple of questions on this data request. You say in there, consider the company's proposal to construct the new National Harbor substation, which the company first proposed to build in case number 9655. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you note in there that, quote, the company did not build the new substation, but the capacity limits of the existing substation the new substation is intended to replace have yet to be violated. Is that correct?
That's true at that time, yes.
And is it your testimony today that Pepco is building the National Harbor substation?
Yes.
Okay. So you say here the company did not build the substation. Is that correct?
Not at that time.
And would you agree with me that the company has no money in this MYP to build the new National Harbor substation?
I am not sure about that. Do you know, Paul?
Well, Mr. Alvarez wants to talk about it, so I'm happy to
Okay.
have him discuss it.
It's certainly in the capital spending plan.
It's not in the capital spending plan for the years 2024 through 2027. Isn't that correct, Mr. Alvarez?
That's not correct.
Okay.
It's,
And where in the capital spending plan is it?
if you go to voluntary DR, I think it's 1.3 that Ms. Young submitted with her testimony. You'll see spending for National Grid substation somewhere between 24 and 27. There are dollars there.
Okay.
Not included in rates, right? Not included in the MRP rates, but including in the capital spending plan.
Okay. So we're not requesting any recovery. Let's be now. Thank you. We're not
Right.
requesting any recovery for any work at the National Harbor substation. Is that correct?
That's correct, but it is in the capital spending plan.
Okay. And let me ask you, go back to you, Mr. Stevens. That indicates the fact that after 9655, Pepco didn't build the National Harbor substation. That indicates that Pepco takes into account load and load forecasts that may change. Isn't that correct?
That would appear to be correct, yes.
And that's good engineering judgment in your view?
It could be. I haven't reviewed it lately, but yes, I think that's right. If it shows that if the forecast shows that the load has grown to the point where it's forecasted to be needed in the near term, then it would be appropriate to build the substation. Okay.
Okay.
And I believe that that's what they showed, and that's why we didn't address it in our testimony.
That's right,
Yeah.
because we weren't proposing to build.
Yeah, and I'm just saying that when we reviewed it the first time, the load wasn't there, but they were still proposing to do it.
And Pepco listened to what happened in 9655 and delayed building that National Harbor substation, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so that's another example where a proposed program that you only would become aware of if we had an MYP, proposed spending, was identified in an MYP and removed from that spending, correct?
That is correct, but the part that's missing here is that it's the utility's responsibility to do that work without having put it, in other words, they put it in the budget that they wanted to do. We had to call it out to them. They should have taken care of that in the first place by themselves, knowing that the load wasn't there.
And in a historical test year, you wouldn't have known that. The only way you would have found that out is if we were in an MYP situation. Isn't that correct, sir?
That's the only way we would have found out in advance. That doesn't mean that we couldn't have addressed it on the backside of the.
In the prudency review, and you
Right,
still have that
exactly.
prudency review in the MYP also. Isn't that correct, sir?
That is correct.
Okay. So that gets back to the 2 bites of the apple that you get in the MYP proceedings that you don't get in the historical test year, correct?
Yeah, and it gets back to Mr. Alvarez's argument about the problems with the MRP.
Could you turn the page to the last page, sir, of that packet that I gave you?
Okay, I'm
And
there.
I ask that this be marked as Pepco Exhibit 74.
So, Mark.
And is that your response, sir, to Pepco Data Request 858?
Excuse me, it is.
And is that answer true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Just give me a second.
Sure. Let me know when you're ready.
Yes, it is.
Okay, Your Honor. I would move the admission of Pepco Exhibits 73 and 74.
So moved.
All right. Let me change topics, sir.
Okay.
Looking at the direct testimony, could you turn to page 45 of your direct testimony, sir? And I'm focusing there on lines 3 through 5. Let me know when you're there, sir.
Testimony. So, page 45, they're direct.
Check it out with you. I'm sorry, what lines were you want me to read?
I was asking you to read page 45,
Right.
line 3, where you say, in recent years,
Yep.
I have noticed an increase in prospective substation equipment replacement by utilities receiving preferential cost recovery for quote, grid modernization, close quote. Is that correct?
Yeah, just that sentence is all you wanted me to refer to? Okay, yes.
Yes, sir.
I've read it, yes.
And you assert, do you not, sir, at pages, are on lines 12, 11, and 12, that you assert that there was a lack of transparency in substation equipment programs. Is that correct? You say, quote, if not for our careful review of Pepco's discovery responses, which enable us to identify prospective replacement through dozens of individual substations, we would have never identified the prospective equipment replacement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then you drop a footnote 44, where you say, indeed, in Pepco's first MRP, we and all other stakeholders failed to identify the nature and extent of Pepco's prospective substation program. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
And if I looked at page 10 of your sir rebuttal testimony on lines 16 through 22, could you go there now, sir?
Mm-hmm.
There, on page 10, lines 16 through 22, you discuss the alleged lack of transparency as it relates to the substation equipment replacement. Is that correct? You talk about both in this case and in 9655. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what lines again do you want me to review?
16 through 22, sir.
Okay,
It's
give me
the
a
second
second.
and third bullet.
Yeah. Okay, I have reviewed it.
And there you're talking about the alleged lack of transparency as it relates to the substation replacement program, both in this case and in Pepco's MYP1. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it your testimony, your sworn testimony, sir, that Pepco did not replace substation equipment, quote, to use your term, prospectively, close quote, until the commission allowed EDCs in Maryland to file multi-year rate plans?
Yes, that's what the testimony says.
Do you know when Pepco started prospectively replacing substation equipment, sir?
I do not.
Did you listen to Ms. Young's sworn testimony?
I did listen to Ms. Sworn's.
And did Ms. Young state that for her entire 20-year tenure at Pepco and PHI, that the method that Pepco is using to replace substation equipment is the method that Pepco has used?
I do not recall that testimony.
Let me ask you this. Do you know when Pepco started, quote, prospectively, close quote, replacing substation equipment?
I don't think we do we? Nope, I do not.
Okay. And you didn't ask that question, correct?
No, we didn't.
Okay. So you don't know whether or not Pepco had this policy in place or this corrective maintenance method in place for a number of years, correct?
That's true.
Okay. Now, is it your testimony, sir, that you only became aware that Pepco proactively and prospectively replaces its substation equipment through a, quote, careful review of Pepco's discovery responses?
Would you ask that question again, please?
Yes, sir. Is it your testimony that you only became aware of Pepco's substation replacement program through a careful review of Pepco's discovery responses?
That's correct.
Did you review Ms. Young's direct testimony when you were preparing your testimony in this case?
I did.
Okay. Do you have a copy of Ms. Young's testimony up there?
I do.
You do? Excellent. Could you, sir, turn to page 50 of Ms. Young's direct testimony?
I'm there.
Okay. And I'm looking at line 8. Do you see that? It's question 84. The question is, what type of initiatives are indicative of system performance substation executive category? Is that the question?
I'm sorry. You said page 50?
Yes, sir. Of-
I start on question 92 on that page.
Are you in her direct testimony,
I
sir?
think so. Isn't this her direct testimony? This is her rebuttal. This is, I'm sorry.
I don't want you to look at her rebuttal.
Yeah, I think this is the rebuttal.
I want you to look at her direct.
Yeah. This just, testimonies of.
Your Honor, I have a fresh copy. If I may.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Stevens, sir?
Yes.
Your counsel has given you a copy of Ms. Young's direct testimony.
Okay, thank you.
I'm looking at page 50, sir, line 8. It'd be question 84.
Okay, I do have that.
Okay. Now, when you look at page 50, line 8, Ms. Young in her direct testimony says, and I quote, "and the proactive replacement of aging substation infrastructure." Is that correct?
That's what it says.
Okay. Can you, sir, turn now to page 52 of Ms. Young's direct testimony that's already been admitted into evidence in this case?
Okay.
And I'm looking, sir, at lines 17 through 21. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And at line 19, does Ms. Young state, and I quote, "and replacing aging substation equipment as previously discussed." Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what line are you on?
I'm on lines 20 and 21,
Oh, okay.
or 19, 20, and 21. Answer to question 88.
Okay. And what did you want me to verify?
That she says, and replacing aging substation equipment. Is that correct?
Yes, it says, and aging substation equipment, right.
Can you now, sir, turn to page 110 of Ms. Young's direct testimony? And I'm looking at the bottom of that direct testimony, the part of the answer to question 198 that starts on line 20 of page 110 and goes over to page 111, lines 1 through 2. Can you read that to yourself, sir?
Yes.
And does that testimony say Pepco's condition assessment process is a vehicle used to identify substation assets for condition-driven replacement in order to maintain the reliability of the substation? The ECA process cooperatively analyzes major equipment conditions, makes major repair and replacement decisions, utilizing various subject matter experts, and prioritizes equipment through consensus on a quarterly basis. Is that what it says, sir?
That's what it says, and in my testimony, I disagree with that process.
That wasn't my question.
Okay.
In your direct testimony, you claimed the only way you became aware of it was from your sleuthing with DRs, when in fact, Ms. Young, in her direct testimony, specifically set out that program. Isn't that correct?
I'm going to object. That's an argumentative question.
It does strike me it kind of is. So if you want to sort of ask him
Okay.
in a different way without accusatory tag.
All right. Looking at page 110, does that indicate that Pepco has a prospective substation replacement program?
Yes, it does.
And so you were aware when you read Ms. Young's direct testimony that Pepco had that type of program. Is that correct?
I was, yes, I was aware that they had a prospective program. When I read this, I was aware that that's true.
Okay. And
But-
you
but-
didn't go
But
ahead.
the sleuthing we did was to get to the specific projects, not to the general idea of it. Okay.
But
Yeah.
you knew that Pepco had that type of substation replacement program because it was mentioned specifically in her direct testimony.
Objection. This question's been asked and answered.
I think he did answer it. He did say just a moment ago that he had seen it before.
Is there anywhere in your direct testimony where you mentioned that fact?
What fact?
That Ms. Young in her direct testimony stated that Pepco had a prospective substation replacement program?
Not that I recall.
And instead, all you said in your direct testimony, and we went through it, and I asked you earlier whether it was through DRs, and you said yes.
I'm sorry, would you ask that question again?
Well, earlier in the cross-examination, I
Right.
asked you whether it was through DRs, and you said yes. But you were aware when you read her direct testimony, correct?
That's true.
So you would agree with me that Pepco made it clear in their direct testimony that they were proactively replacing substation assets, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you would agree with me, sir, that you helped the Office of People's Counsel develop comments in multiple proceedings, and you state that in your direct testimony, page 3, at lines 12 through 14. Is that correct?
I don't know.
All right, why don't you take a look at that page 3 of your direct testimony, sir,
Okay.
and let me know when you're there.
I am on page 3.
Okay. And you note further, Mr. Alvarez and I helped develop comments on
I'm
OPC
sorry, what lines are you on?
lines 12, sir,
Okay.
Further, Mr. Alvarez and I helped develop comments on OPC's behalf in multiple proceedings concerning distribution planning and distribution performance in case numbers 9353. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then you have a footnote there, footnote number 1. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there you cite the comments that you filed along with the mail log numbers that those comments were filed under. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And one of those proceedings that you helped OPC file comments in was case number 9353, correct? That's on line 14?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay. Need to get an exhibit marked, Your Honor. It would be Pepco Exhibit 75.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Sure.
$75, yeah.
Sir, do you have before you what I asked to be marked as Pepco Exhibit 75?
It's the OPC comments on case 9353.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yes, I have it in front of me.
And if you could, sir, turn to page 1 of those comments, sir. And I'm focusing on footnote 3 of those comments. Let me know when you're there. And on footnote 3 to those comments, does it say the comments were prepared with technical assistance provided by Dennis Stevens, E.E.?
Yes, it says that.
And that's you.
That's correct.
So you helped prepare these comments, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you would agree with me if you look at the cover letter there. These comments were filed before the commission on June 8th, 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, with that, I would move the admission of Pepco Exhibit 75.
So moved.
Now, sir, could you turn to page 34 of those comments, sir?
I'm there.
And could you look at the third paragraph there, starting with OPC's experts? Could you read that to yourself, that first sentence?
Okay.
Tell me when you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
And there you say OPC's experts have recently noted an increase in investor-owned utility use of subjective modeling rather than objective test results to justify prospective distribution and transmission substation asset replacement. Is that correct?
That's correct in my experience, right.
And so you were aware at least as early as June 8, 2020, that all LDCs were doing subjective substation replacement, correct?
I'm going to object. I think he's mischaracterizing his testimony in this specific part. I don't see where it says all utilities, and
Okay.
the section 3.2.5 at the top of 34, the sentence right underneath it is referring specifically to BGE.
Well, we'll get there, and let me rephrase the question, if I may. I'll withdraw that earlier question. You note that you've noted an increase in investor-owned utility use of subjective modeling rather than objective tests. Is that correct?
That's what it says, that's right.
And that's all investor-owned utilities. You don't make a distinction there, or that's investor-owned utilities. You make no distinction there of whether those investor-owned utilities have MYPs or don't have MYPs. Is that correct?
I would say that statement is not all-inclusive. It says that some of the utilities that I've had experience with have been doing that.
Right. And all of those utilities didn't have MYPs. Is that correct?
You know the answer to that? Yeah,
I don't know about all utilities, but I would say
Okay.
it's been our experience that
He didn't help prepare these comments. And this is the problem when you have a panel testimony. I'm asking Mr. Stevens. Mr.
I'm sorry,
Alvarez was
I'm not aware. I'm not aware.
Was not, and it's just not appropriate.
Wait a minute, so let Mr. Stevens give his answer. So,
What's the question, please?
Are you aware, is it all utilities with MYPs or is it utilities in general?
In my experience, it was utilities with MYPs.
Okay.
But-
Let me ask you this.
But I can't say that I can totally recall whether there were not traditional rate included. So I don't know.
Did Pepco have an MYP in June 8th of 2020, sir?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I don't recall whether they had one then or not.
Okay.
Now, maybe Mr. Alvarez can answer that. See, you have to understand that I'm a technical support to this team. I'm not necessarily up to speed on all the rate part of this, so.
Oh, no, I
Okay.
fully understand that, and you were the technical support person for these comments, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you don't know whether or not Pepco had an MYP on June 8th of 2020, but the record will reflect when Pepco made its filing, perhaps in October of that year.
Are you asking me a question? Do I know what the
Yeah.
commission will do?
No, do you know when Pepco filed its first MYP?
And I said, I don't know when
Okay.
that happened.
Can you look, sir, at page 36 of these comments? And I'm looking at the section that's 3.3.3, objective testing of substation assets is standard practice. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And there you say the Pepco and Delmarva action plans describe, quote, the pre-planned replacement of substation power transformers, breakers, switchgear, battery installations, capacitors, and other equipment as they begin to reach the end of their expected useful operating life and demonstrate reduced operational performance. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it says.
And so you were aware, based on a public filing that Pepco made in case number 9353, that the PHI utilities were doing, quote, pre-planned replacements of substation power transformers, breakers, and the like. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you got that knowledge from a data request that Pepco answered. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So OPC and you were well aware prior to the filing of this rate case that that's the methodology, that's the method that Pepco used as it related to substation replacement. Isn't that correct?
I'm going to object to the question he's asking about OPC's awareness, and OPC is not on the stand. Mr. Stevens is.
Well, Mr. Stevens helped prepare, as I set out in footnote 3 of this, was the technical assistant who did these OPC comments, and these are OPC comments, I think it's an appropriate question.
Yeah, I'll allow it. So.
Would you ask the question again, please?
Sure. You and OPC were aware, at least prior to June 8th, 2020, that Pepco and Delmarva had a, to use your words, and this is a quote, the pre-planned replacement of substation power transformers, breakers, switchgear, battery installations, capacitors, and other equipment as they begin to reach the end of their expected useful operating life and demonstrate reduced operational performance. Is that correct?
You realize that's not quoting me, that's quoting them.
Yes, I do.
Okay, but you said it was a direct quote. I thought you were saying it was my direct quote.
No,
to me.
sir, that's a direct quote from PHI's
Oh,
filing
right.
in case number 9353, where we made this commission aware of that fact, and you became aware of that fact when you filed these comments in June 8th of 2020.
That's correct.
And that demonstrates that that's been a long-held practice at Pepco and Delmarva, correct?
It would indicate that that practice was in place at that time.
Okay. And it indicates that you were aware of that practice at that time,
That's
correct?
correct.
And can you assume for me that June 8th, 2020 is before Pepco filed its first MYP1? Can you assume that?
I can assume that, yeah.
Okay. So that would mean you were aware of that fact before Pepco filed its MYP1. Is that correct?
That would indicate that that's true.
And so you knew that when you were reviewing Pepco MYP1. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Pepco has been transparent with this commission as it relates to its substation replacement program. Is that correct?
I'm going to object to this question. I think he's asking Mr. Stevens to make an inference that he's not, about the commission's awareness that he's not prepared to make.
Well, I'll actually let him. You can answer it the way you understand what was going on. So.
And I'm sorry, would you ask the question again, please?
Well, the question was, Pepco in its filing made the commission, because it filed those documents with the commission, and any party to case 9353 aware of the fact that, and I don't want to read it again, I've read it a
Yeah.
lot, but that sentence that you quote from our filing on page 36. Is that correct?
Yes. Let me try to answer your question. I would
That
say-
was the answer to the question,
Actually,
yes.
I'm going to let him talk. I do that with all the witnesses, so that's what they're here for. So go ahead.
I believe that Pepco was transparent in making the commission and everybody aware of the projects and the fact that they were going to preemptively replace equipment, and they made them aware of the of the projects that they plan to preemptively replace. But that does not constitute total transparency in all the information that we dug up using our DRs to whether those were actually justified or not. That's my position.
Sir, could you turn to page 35 of Pepco Exhibit 75?
I'm there.
And I'm looking at the first full paragraph on page 35. Read that to yourself and let me know when you're ready.
Starting with to summarize.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I've read it.
And there you say, OPC recommends the commission require objective test results or failure likelihoods based on actual historic failure rates for all prospective asset replacements. OPC recommends the commission reject all subjective modeling approaches to the identification of assets for replacement. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you you would agree with me in 9355, the commission did not accept that recommendation.
That's correct. I think, well, I don't remember, I guess I should say, because I'm not sure. Okay.
You would agree with me, would you not, sir, that numerous utilities around the nation have prospective substation replacement programs?
Yes.
And so, would you agree with me that it's now possible, since you've been out of the electric utility industry for 13 years, that prospective replacement of substation equipment has become a standard practice at investor-owned utilities?
I can't confirm that.
And that's because you haven't worked at an investor-owned utility for 13 years, is that correct?
Even though I haven't worked at an investor-owned utility, I certainly have been working in the utility area for the last 10, 12 years in these kinds of rate cases.
Yeah.
I'm very familiar with prospective replacement of equipment and have testified many times that the approaches that are being used are not appropriate. They do not show that the prospective replacement of equipment is cost effective for ratepayers.
Need to get another exhibit marked. This will be Pepco Exhibit 76.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I ask that the response to Pepco data request 454 be marked as Pepco Exhibit 76.
So, Mark.
Mr. Stevens, are you familiar with that data request response?
Yes, 454.
Yes, sir.
I think that even though I co-sponsored this, I think this would be more addressed to Mr. Alvarez.
Okay. But you're a co-sponsor of that data request and
I
you're
am.
familiar with it?
I am.
And it's true and correct?
To the best of my understanding, it is, yes.
Okay. Mr. Alvarez, is this data request response true and correct?
Yes, it is.
With that, Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Pepco Exhibit 76.
So moved.
Could you turn to the next page of that? And that's the data request response to Pepco DR 831, which I asked to be marked as Pepco Exhibit 77.
So marked.
And you are the sponsor of that data request, Mr. Stevens?
I am.
And you are the sponsor of that data request,
the
Mr.
co-
Alvarez?
Yes.
Yes.
And that's true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Yes.
Would move the admission of that data request, 831, Exhibit 77.
So marked. Or so moved.
And I want to mark the next DR 832 as Pepco Exhibit 78.
So marked.
Mr. Stevens, are you the sponsor of that data request?
Co-sponsor with Mr. Alvarez, yes.
And Mr. Alvarez, are you the co-sponsor of that data request?
I am.
And is that answer true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
Yes.
I would move admission of Pepco Exhibit 78, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Need to get another data request marked as Pepco Exhibit 79.
Thank you.
Mr. Stevens, I've handed you what I asked to be marked as DR Exhibit, or as Pepco Exhibit 79, the response to Pepco Data Request 931.
Is that Mark?
Yes,
Are you familiar with that data request, sir?
yes,
And are you the sponsor of that data request?
I am.
And is that answer true and correct to the best of your belief?
Yes,
And you would agree with me, sir, that you're not claiming that Pepco uses a depreciation as a component for its decisions to replace substation equipment, are you?
I'm not sure. I am not. I think that's the right answer. I'm not sure because it sounded like a double negative there, and I wasn't sure.
All right, so let me just
Yeah.
ask you this, and I'm sorry if I did that. You say, yes, the witnesses agree that depreciation is an accounting concept used in rate making that is inappropriate for use as a determinant of equipment replacement, correct?
Correct.
And then you state it is not the witness's contention that Pepco uses depreciation as a component for its decisions to replace substation equipment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's a true and correct statement.
That's correct.
Okay. Sorry for the confusion,
Yep.
sir. Now, in your response to one of the data requests that have been admitted, you note that you're not aware, you are aware that it is uncommon for nonprofit municipalities and cooperatives to proactively replace substation equipment. Is that correct?
Do you have a reference for me?
Yeah, it was in your response to
I found it. It's 831.
it is.
Yes. Okay.
And I asked you a question to identify the cooperatives that you talked to and what municipal utilities like Sacramento Utility, and you didn't provide any identification of those.
I did not.
You just said you chatted with a few people that were engineers at co-ops, correct?
That's correct.
So you really haven't done any sort of study or investigation about whether or not cooperatives use prospective equipment replacement. Is that correct?
No formal study. That's correct.
And you haven't done a formal study to determine whether or not municipal utilities like the Sacramento Utility District or Los Angeles Power and Light do prospective substation replacement, correct?
Objection, that's asked and answered.
Well, let me respond to that. There's a distinction between a cooperative and a municipal utility. The first question was about a cooperative. This question is about the municipal utility.
I'll withdraw the objection.
I'm asking you now about municipal utilities. You're aware.
And would you state the question again so I can answer it properly?
Yes, sir. You're not aware of whether or not, you didn't do a study about whether or not municipal utilities like Sacramento or LA Power and Light or Colorado Springs City Utility, whether or not they do prospective substation replacement, correct?
That's correct. No formal study. That's right.
And your answer to the data request didn't even mention municipal utilities. It only talked about cooperatives. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Let me get an exhibit marked.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I ask that this be marked as Pepco Exhibit 80.
Is that Mark?
And is that your response that we were just talking about to Pepco Data Request 913, sir?
Yes.
And Mr. Alvarez is the sponsor of that, but the answer says Mr. Alvarez and Stevens, correct?
That's correct.
So you're both aware of this response?
That's correct.
And I guess I'll just ask Mr. Alvarez, is this true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
It is.
With that, Your Honor, I would move the admission of Exhibit 80. Mr. Stevens,
Yes.
are you aware of the fact that Public Service Colorado, your former employer in proceeding number 22AL before the Colorado Public Service Commission, Mr. David C. Meno, who is the manager of Distribution System Planning and Strategy South, filed testimony that indicated that specific equipment is selected to be proactively replaced and managed by our transmission system performance group based on age, condition, historical performance, or similar type of equipment?
I'm not aware of that because it happened after I left, I think.
Okay. And so it's possible that after you left, policies changed at Public Service Colorado.
That is possible, yes.
And you don't have reason to dispute what Mr. Meno says in that testimony, do you?
I have no reason because I haven't reviewed it or anything. I have no,
Would you
Nope.
like to take a look at it, sir?
no, I would not.
Okay. You don't want to know.
I don't understand the relevance.
All right, I'll move on, Your Honor. You would agree with me, sir, would you not, that in BG&E's MYP case number 2, you filed testimony seeking to disallow portions of BG&E's substation replacement program?
Yes,
And you would agree with me that you made the same or similar arguments in the BG&E case that you made here, is that correct?
yes, that's true.
And you would agree with me that the commission rejected that proposal in the BG&E order, is that correct?
That is my understanding. I'm not positive, but that seems
The order says what it says.
right.
Okay, fair enough. Let me leave substations and go to another topic.
Okay.
I want to talk to you about the annual information filing, sir.
Okay.
And you're aware that Pepco is seeking recovery for certain costs in its annual information filing for rate years 1 and 2. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I'm the annual information filing. What is that again?
The annual information filing sets out the rate year 1 and 2 projects that Pepco has done in its MYP
Okay.
1, case number 9655.
Okay.
And Pepco is seeking recovery for rate years 1 and 2
Okay.
in this proceeding. Does that ring a bell, sir?
Yeah, it does. Yes.
And you were contracted by your client, the Office of People's Counsel, and I believe Mr. Alvarez and I talked about it,
Right.
to review those rate year 1 and 2 annual information filings to determine whether or not they were prudent,
Right. Okay.
used, and useful. Does that ring a bell, sir?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I need to get an exhibit marked, Your Honor.
Was that something that went along with the testimony? From that? Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Didn't look at it very hard.
I know. Okay. That's. I don't remember.
We did.
I just.
We had DRs on it, but
Okay.
we didn't find anything.
Okay. Good. That helps. Okay. Good. All right. Okay.
Oh, Your Honor, I would ask for the admission of Pepco Exhibit 79. I'm sorry, I did not ask for
So
that.
admit it.
And, okay. I think 80 has been admitted. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. Mr. Stevens, I handed you what I asked be marked as Pepco Exhibit 81. Is that OPC's response to Pepco DR 445?
It is.
And are you one of the sponsors of that data request, sir?
Yes, I am.
Mr. Alvarez, you're one of the sponsors?
I am.
And that data request is true and correct?
Yes.
It is.
And in that data request, you note that you did not identify any costs of the filing that were not used and useful in delivering service to customers. Is that correct?
I would say that's true with limited review of those documents, yes.
So the review that you did didn't show that, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree with me that OPC is not seeking any adjustments for the $9 million that are included in the rate year 1 and 2 filings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Would you look, sir, at the next page? That's Pepco DR 447. Is that true and correct, sir?
Yeah, it's true and correct. I'm not totally familiar with DR 445, but is it connected? Oh, this one. Oh, yeah, it's true and correct. Yes.
Okay. And I would ask that DR 447 be marked as Pepco Exhibit 82.
So marked.
I would move the admission of 440, or Pepco Exhibit 81.
So admitted.
Now, you would agree with me, sir, that you did not identify any costs in the AFI filing that were not prudently incurred. Is that correct?
We did not identify in our review. That's correct.
Your Honor, I would move the admission of Pepco Exhibit 82.
So admitted.
Sir, would you look at the third page there? And that has to do with the capital spending in year 2022, which is rate year 2. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that appears to be correct. All right.
And
Yes, that appears to be correct. Yes.
okay, and I asked that Pepco DR response 449 be marked as Pepco Exhibit 83. And you are the sponsor of that data request, sir?
Co-sponsor with Mr. Alvarez.
And Mr. Alvarez, that data request is true and correct, is that correct?
It is.
And you would agree with me that you reviewed Pepco's 2022 AFI filing and did not identify any costs that were not used and useful in delivering service to customers?
Yes, that's true.
Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Pepco DR8 or DR83.
So admitted? Oh,
And then could you turn to the final page of this packet, which is the response to DR451?
Yes,
And are you one of the sponsors of that data request?
yes, I'm a co-sponsor with Mr. Alvarez.
Mr. Alvarez?
Yes,
And is that data request true and correct?
it is.
With that, Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Pepco Exhibit 84.
so admitted.
And you would agree with me that you reviewed the capital spending of Pepco in 2021 and did not identify any costs in that filing that were not prudently incurred. Is that correct?
I don't remember.
I think that would be better directed to Mr. Alvarez, but
I don't remember if our scope in that case, working for OPC, included a historical review. I don't recall that.
Okay. Do I need to bring up Exhibit 830, which is the contract where we talked about yesterday that said the scope of your review would be rate years 1 and 2?
I thought your question was relating to MRP 1.
No, sir.
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure. Could you just take a look at Pepco Exhibit 84? And there I'm talking about the annual information filing. Is that correct, sir?
Correct.
And there you didn't find any capital costs that were not prudently incurred. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Stevens, have you reviewed Staff Witness Austin's direct and surrebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
I don't think I did. I didn't. No, I did not, sir.
So you didn't look at his testimony at all?
Not at all.
Okay, fair enough. I need to get another couple DRs marked as exhibits, Your Honor. Mr. Stevens, I hand to you what I asked be marked as Pepco Exhibit 85. And is that your response to Pepco DR 86?
It is.
And, sir, you're the sponsor of that data request, is that correct?
I'm the sponsor of the response. That's correct, yes.
And is that response true and correct to the
Yes,
best
it
of
is.
your knowledge and belief?
I'm sorry, yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Pepco Exhibit 85.
So admitted?
On the next page, I asked be marked as Pepco Exhibit 86. Is that your response to Pepco Data Request 8-7, sir?
It is.
And are you the sponsor of that data request?
I am.
And is that true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move the admission of Pepco Exhibit 86.
So admitted.
Now, Mr. Stevens, I want to ask you just a couple questions about risk-informed cost-benefit analysis, and you testified in your testimony about that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I believe Mr. Alvarez told me, and I want to check with you yesterday, that the only state that he's aware of that had implemented risk-informed cost-benefit analysis was California. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is that the only
Sorry,
state?
that's to our best of our knowledge. That's correct.
Yes, sir. I'm only asking to the best of your knowledge.
Right.
To the best of your knowledge, the only state that has done that is California. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in a colloquy with the commission yesterday, well, let me ask you this. Have you participated in proceedings in California where they did risk-informed cost-benefit analysis?
Yes? Is that right?
The
Well, I think
order is recent enough that we haven't actually seen an entire rate case from a California utility that employed the risk-informed decision-making.
So that is a whole new process, is that correct?
They've been working on it since 2013 or so, but the ruling that we cited came out, I think, late 22.
So they started working on the risk-informed cost-benefit analysis in 2013, and it wasn't until 2022, almost 10 years, that they came out with that. Is that your understanding, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what states, Mr. Stevens, have you participated in where you've sat around a table with utilities and discussed their investment plans for reliability, substation repair, anything like that?
We have had, over time, we usually do DRs. We ask for information. Occasionally, like we did with Pepco, I believe, we had some conference calls, and usually team meetings where, you can see people and you can do,
Sure.
and they would give a demonstration of the process that they're using for their cost-benefit analysis, or whatever that is, in quotes. And we would discuss with them how they're doing their cost-benefit analysis, or their scoring, or whatever it is that they're doing. And we would interject our ideas and our thoughts on how we think that should be done using risk-informed approach.
Okay. And what utilities are those that you've done that with, sir?
Man. I think, I don't remember for sure, but I think we did it with Georgia.
I would say approximately half the cases we participate in involved some kind of discovery conference.
Yeah.
such as
Okay,
the one we
I'm
had
not
with
talking
you.
about a discovery conference. So I want to know, you, in your testimony, has proposed a procedure, if I understand, and I talked to Mr. Alvarez about that, where interveners should get input into spending plans. And my question was, what states currently have that in place, sir?
I believe you're referencing the stakeholder involvement meetings that we proposed, and we don't know of any that have this at this point.
Okay, so no states have that type of involvement at this point that you're aware of, sir?
None that I'm aware of. That is our recommendation, and it has not been taken up in any states yet that we know of.
Okay, and so you've made that recommendations to other states, and they have declined to take that recommendation up. Is that correct?
Up to this point, that's true.
And so if this commission were to accept that recommendation, the state of Maryland would be a first mover. Is that correct?
That would be true.
It would be a whole new policy.
It would be a new policy maybe for Maryland, but it's not a new. What we're proposing is done, in I believe in the outside the utility industry, people have this kind of input into those kinds of things using risk-informed approaches. That outside the utility industry, and that's where we've got these concepts from NASA and different.
From NASA and
Yeah.
different, sure.
Right.
So inside the utility industry, this would be breaking new ground,
That
correct?
I would say that's true.
All right, fair enough. I want to talk to you a little bit about the project concurrence decks that were included in Ms. Young's testimony, and you told me that you reviewed those project concurrence decks. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And you also, so let me, and I know you have it up there, but I do have a copy of Ms. Young's testimony. If I may approach, this is a confidential attachment to Ms. Young's testimony. I don't think anything I'm going to ask you, Mr. Stevens, is confidential, and it'd be my preference that we do the hearing in public so the public can hear what's going on before the Public Service Commission. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Do you need that back,
I think,
Michael?
no, I have it in electronic version. Could you
Okay.
tell me which?
Yes, sir. I'm looking at ACY 2, attachment D, page 19. And let me know when you're there, counsel, and then I'll proceed, okay?
Sure.
Is that D as in dog? What?
D is in Douglas. Yes, sir. And let me just show you the front page of the deck, just so you can see it.
Kim, what page did he say?
It's
yeah.
about the White Flint
Sure.
Substation 2029 project.
Confidential attachment.
And I'm going to direct you to page 19. So this is for you,
Oh, okay.
sir.
Okay, thank you.
And then I've just got a couple of questions on
Okay.
that project deck at page 19.
Okay.
And Michael, I'm sorry, counsel, let me know when you're there. And
What are the page numbers again?
I'm looking at page 19, sir.
Page 19? Okay, so. let's
Yeah.
see here.
And it's labeled consideration of benefits of utility investments. Are you there?
Yep, I'm there. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it right there.
Sir, have you had a chance to take a look at page 19 of that deck?
Yeah, briefly, I've looked it over, yes.
Yeah, and you would agree with me. I showed you the cover page. It's about Pepco's White Flint substation and the project related to the White Flint substation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's a project that's in this proceeding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the page that we're looking at, sir, is considerations of benefits of the utility investment. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you look at item 3 there on that project deck, does it indicate that Pepco, before going ahead and making its decision to build the White Flint substation, that it looked at installing energy storage, DER, or other implemented targeted management tools? Is that correct?
That's what this would indicate.
And so that indicates, that project deck indicates that in making the determination to move forward with the White Flint substation, Pepco looked at certain non-wire alternatives and DER and talked about the feasibility, the fact that there were space constraints and load growth could be greater than anticipated. So a battery was ruled out. Is that correct?
That is correct. However, I don't recall ever seeing any kind of cost-benefit analysis on any of these alternatives,
Right.
which would show that they are the right decision or not.
I wasn't asking you about cost-benefit analysis, sir, but I agree with you. There's not cost-benefit analysis here,
Okay.
and this is a capacity expansion project. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And I thought that we established today, and that capacity expansion projects don't need to have a cost-benefit analysis done. Isn't that correct?
That is not correct.
Okay, that's not what your sworn testimony said in case number 9655.
I said that there is if you read it, it says that there are capacity expansion projects that do not require, if the load is pushing it, and the forecast shows that, but there are capacity expansion projects which, based on timing, means that they would could be done way in the future, and therefore would
Fair enough.
require a cost-benefit analysis.
Fair enough. And the White Flint project, load is pushing us to build that, isn't that correct?
Yeah, I believe that's true.
So since load is pushing it, there shouldn't be any cost-benefit analysis, correct? Under your paradigm.
If the load justifies the installation of the equipment, then it does not require a cost-benefit analysis. That's correct.
And OPC in this case is not recommending a disallowance for the White Flint substation, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so this indicates that in making it their decision to go forward with the White Flint substation, Pepco considered DER and non-wires alternatives. Isn't that correct?
Let me at least qualify my answer and say.
Well, let me get a yes or no, and then go ahead, sir.
Ask the question again.
Would you agree with me in Pepco's decision to go forward with the White Flint substation, the company considered DER and targeted energy management tools to avoid the necessity of building that substation? Is that correct?
This sheet indicates that they looked at a DER alternative. My qualification says that yes, you should not have to justify the capacity expansion if the load forecast justifies the capacity expansion. However, that does not mean that you do not need to run a cost-benefit analysis against those alternatives to providing that capacity.
Okay. Let me shift gears, sir.
Can I close this up?
Yeah, why don't I retrieve that since it's confidential?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Now, you've reviewed Ms. Young's testimony in this proceeding, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you looked, I believe, at Figure 1, Pepco's technical review on page 18.
Is this her testimony? Oh.
We only have the rebuttal up here.
All right.
No, we have the testimony up here. I think this is it here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is it. Yeah.
I think your
Yeah,
counsel gave
yes,
it to you.
and I'm sorry.
Could you look at page 18, Mr.
Yeah.
Stevens? Let me know when you're there. Thank you.
Okay, and figure 1?
Figure 1, and I'm focused on the second part of the table there, the technical challenge process.
Yes.
And you heard Ms. Young's sworn testimony that it's in the technical challenge process where projects drop out. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
And you have no reason to doubt that testimony, do you, sir?
I do not.
Let me shift gears, if I may. You would agree with me, would you not, Mr. Stevens, that conservation voltage reduction is a non-wires alternative?
I'm not sure I agree with that, no.
Really? Okay. Well, let me ask
Well,
you. Let me ask you this.
let me explain technically how it works a little bit so you can understand why I'm...
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Conservation voltage is, the way it is controlled is you put in regulators on your distribution system, you put in capacitors on your distribution system, and you can even use some DER to regulate the voltage on your system to try to lower the voltage and flatten that voltage across the profile of the feeder such that you're lowering the energy consumption on that feeder. Now, so that equipment is not non-wires, but the communications to that equipment can be non-wires or non-wires controlled. Okay, that's my differential.
Sure.
Okay.
And we talked about this in case number 9655 when I interrogated you about the smart grid city demonstration project. Do you recall that?
I do not, no.
May I approach the witness and show him a copy of the sworn transcript there?
Sure.
Let me share this with OPC counsel before I go up there. approach?
Yes.
So, Mr. Stevens, as part of my cross-examination
Mhm.
of you in case number 9655,
Okay.
sir, and it's at page 794, starting at line 17.
over this? No.
Well, it's a different part of the transcript,
Oh,
sir.
okay.
And the question I asked you there is, what grid modernization technologies were tested in the Smart Grid City demonstration project? And you said there was a little bit of CVR, which is conservation voltage reduction. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at least in 9655, you discussed with me the fact that your view that conservation voltage was a grid modernization project. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning here. I don't think Mr. Stevens discusses conservation voltage reduction in either his direct or his rebuttal testimonies.
But we've talked about non-wire solutions, Your Honor, and
I think it is inclusive in the non-wires discussion. So.
and we just talked about the fact that the communications for conservation voltage, it's a non-wire solution to reduce energy usage. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I don't consider that non-wires just because it's communicated with through radio. I mean, or it could be communicated anyway. To me, non-wires has to do with you don't need the electric wires providing the energy to something. And so a non-wires alternative is a battery. So the battery can provide the power. Now you don't need the wires, the electric wires, or a generator that's put out at somebody's place in place of the wires, or solar, or something that's at the location of the load, and therefore you don't need the wires. Non-wires does not include the communications part, as far as I'm concerned.
Let me ask you this. Would you agree with me, and I can show you the testimony?
Sure.
I'll approach again in 9655. It was testified to. I think I can agree that CVR can be considered non-wires alternative by some people. But let me show your counsel.
Some people. Yeah. Oh, you're just going to show it to me?
Yes, sir. Yes. And so some people at least consider it a non-wires alternative. Is that correct?
Yes, including you, I think.
And I think including Mr. Alvarez. Let me ask you this. Do you know if Pepco has demand response programs?
I believe it does.
And do you consider demand response programs to be non-wires alternatives?
Yes.
And so Pepco has already implemented a non-wire alternative. Is that correct?
Probably so, yeah.
So
Demand response has been around for many, many years, right?
100%.
Yeah.
100%. So Pepco right now has non-wire solutions on its system. Isn't that correct?
Is there a reference in my testimony where I talked about non-wires or disputed non-wires?
No. I'm just asking you. It's important today because the testimony that you've given is Pepco doesn't consider non-wire solutions. I heard it yesterday from Mr. Alvarez, and I'm trying to understand. Ask you, do you know if we have any?
I'm going to object and ask the council to provide a specific page and line reference.
I don't.
Where the witnesses make that explicit statement.
I don't have a page and line reference. It's in the transcript yesterday. That's all I have for you, sir. So I appreciate your time today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, staff.
Good morning, gentlemen. I don't have any questions for you. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can I take 1 minute?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I do have a few questions on redirect. So I'd like to ask about your discussion with Mr. Michael about prospective substation equipment replacements, and specifically if you could refer back to the exhibit 75 at Pepco you discussed with Pepco Council.
Which DR response?
Yeah, which DR response?
This is the OPC comments, case number 9353,
I just saw it here. I think it's this one.
Pepco exhibit number 75.
This here? Michael?
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct. And then if you turn to page 36.
36. Did you say 36?
36, yes. And specifically section 3.3.3.
Yes.
So here, Mr. Michael asked you a question about the first sentence of that section. Could you read that sentence?
Read the section.
Could you read that sentence?
The one that says the Pepco and Delmar action plans describe, in quotes, the pre-planned replacement of substation power transformers, breakers, switchgear, battery installations, capacitors, and other equipment as they begin to reach the end of their expected useful operating life and demonstrate reduced operating performance, end quote.
Yeah. Now, could you read the second sentence, the one that directly follows that?
The language is of great concern to OPC, as it indicates that justifications other than objective test results or historic failure rates are being used to identify a greater number of substation assets for replacement than necessary.
What did you mean in that sentence?
What I mean is that we have seen certainly a uptrend in what I would call a scoring approach, where the utility sets up a program where subject matter experts use their what they call expert opinion to give scores to different aspects of equipment condition. So they look at the equipment and they say, well, it has rust on it, it's age, it's old, it's 50 years old, and they give that a score of a 5 or a 6. They may look at the objective testing, and the objective testing hasn't the objective tests haven't shown that the equipment needs to be replaced. It hasn't gone to that level, but the subject matter expert looks at those tests and says, well, it's approaching that level, so I'm going to give this a 9 or a 10 or some kind of a score like that. And they use that, I call it a subjective. Those are not real numbers because the subject matter experts have not been validated in their ability to predict when equipment will fail based on those subjective observations. In the industry, for, God, I don't know, probably 100 years they've been doing these objective tests, and so manufacturers and people who put the tests together have determined when, at what level of these tests, how much hydrogen or oxygen is in the gas, how much metal is in the oil, those different tests, at what level does the utility need to take action, either repair or replace. Below those levels, the industry has determined that the transformer, the equipment, is okay for continued use until it does reach those particular breaking points. And so when I was talking about they're not really basing their decisions on true data findings. They're using subjective information from subject matter experts and a scoring system that is subjective.
Okay, thank you. Now, if you could turn to page 34 of this document and your attention to paragraph 3. This is the paragraph beginning, OPC's experts have.
I see it.
And in that paragraph, you note an increase in utility use of subjective modeling, and you state that there are 2 significant reasons why this subjective approach results in higher asset replacement rates than the objective method.
Yes.
See that?
Yes.
What are those reasons?
Well, the primary reason is that if you use objective testing, obviously the equipment has to have reached those levels that have been set by the industry before you repair or replace. Obviously, if you start replacing the equipment before it's reached those levels, then you're going to be replacing more equipment.
Did you reach your conclusions that you state on page 35 in this document because of those reasons?
I'm sorry. Where would you like me to read?
If you just turn to page 35,
I'm there. Yes.
there's the paragraph that begins to summarize. So the reasons that you just explained from the paragraph on page 34,
Right.
were those reasons the basis for your conclusion on page 35?
Yes.
And has your recommendation between this proceeding, that 9353 where these comments were filed, and the current MRP2 proceeding, has your recommendation on this issue changed?
No, it has not changed.
Okay. So I'm going to leave this document now.
Okay.
Do you recall discussing your testimony in case number 9465 with Mr. McKeel?
Refresh my memory of what was the discussion.
It was an excerpt from your testimony in the BGE's first MRP case.
Okay.
Mr. McKeel asked you some questions about your statements regarding cost-benefit analysis and when it's appropriate, when it's not appropriate.
Right.
Do you remember that?
I do.
Could you explain why a cost justification, in your view, is not necessary for new extension work, but is necessary for new projects that have not been done yet?
Sure. I think I actually explained this to the commission yesterday, and that is, it's not required in instances where the utility is providing what is needed to the customer to have safe and reliable power. So, obviously, if you have a new customer, you have to extend power to that new customer. Obviously, it has to be safe, and utilities have historically done an excellent job of keeping their equipment safe. The probability of having a safety issue is extremely low on the system, especially associated with equipment. It has to be reasonably reliable. The system, the customers expect it to be reasonably reliable. In other words, you can't make it perfect. It will never be 100% reliable. That's too costly. But we've seen that over the years that there are SAIDI and SAFE industry norms, and those seem to be fairly acceptable to customers. There obviously, if a customer's reliability goes awry, which we see the utilities addressing with worst performing feeders, or if a customer's calling and saying, hey, I've been out 3 times in the last few days, the utility needs to respond to those kinds of things. But in general, as long as the reliability is in with those norms, customers will accept it. So, if a project is, they need to be providing power, safe power, and it needs to be reasonably reliable. If a project is going to provide something in above that minimum threshold, then it's discretionary. As I said yesterday, the test I use is, if I don't do this project, will the customer still have safe and reliable power? If the answer to that question is yes, they will still have safe and reliable power, that means the project is discretionary, and therefore it needs to have a cost-benefit analysis applied.
Thank you. Now, if you can remember, I guess 2 hours back till the beginning of Mr. McKeel's cross-examination, and there was a discussion about the discovery that you conducted in the period before the filing of your direct testimony. Do you recall that?
I'm sorry, would you ask that again, please?
Sure. There was towards the beginning of your cross-examination,
Right.
Mr. McKeel asked you some questions about the discovery that you've conducted in this proceeding
Right.
before in the time period before you filed your panel
yes,
direct testimony.
yes.
Recall that?
Yes.
And Mr. McKeel, I think Pepco has noted several times that this is extensive discovery. Do you recall that?
Yes.
At the time that you filed your direct testimony, did you believe you had all the information necessary to fully vet Pepco's capital plan?
I did not. No, I didn't feel like I got as much as I needed, really. Yeah.
Is there any further reasons why?
I'm sorry. Further reasons why I didn't get it, or
Why you didn't get it, or why you don't believe that you got it?
Well, there's a couple. One is there were several rounds of discovery. We did have to ask a couple of the questions more than once to try to get to what we needed, and then bottom line, we ran out of time.
You know, I'm going to object to that answer. When I asked Mr. Stevens if he got all the information he needed before his direct testimony, he answered yes.
I don't recall his answer as an unqualified yes.
Right.
And there's been extensive discussion in this proceeding about information requests and information provisions. And I heard your witnesses talk about the burden that you had providing all this information, and I've heard the other side talking about the difficulty they've had getting the information. So I'm going to allow this answer to stand. So.
Okay, so I'd like to ask just one more question. It's relates to the issue of transparency as it came up in the colloquy between you and Mr. McKeel. In your opinion, having participated in both standard rate making proceedings and multi-year rate plans, do multi-year rate plans yield greater transparency?
I'm sorry, would you ask that again, please? Did you just ask me if there was greater transparency in the multi-year than in the traditional?
Yes.
Okay. No. Well, there's certainly not greater transparency in the multi-year proceedings. Does that answer your question? I'm sorry. Maybe I'm.
Yeah.
Okay.
think that's all I have for redirect, Your Honor.
Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Barbe.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let me begin with, let me turn to the part in your testimony that I'm interested in.
In my testimony?
Your joint testimony.
Okay.
And I appear to have, oh, there it is. Okay. So this is toward the beginning on page 23. You discuss the electricity load growth in the 1930s, which was associated with refrigerators, and the 50s and 60s, which was associated with air conditioners. And you have a chart here that, entitled U.S. Electricity Use 25-Year Views.
I'm sorry, did you say page 23?
Wait a minute. I'm probably 21. Sorry, I was looking at the PDF page.
Oh, yes, okay, right.
Yeah.
I'm with you now.
Yeah. Okay, pardon me. So, so you're familiar with this graph that
Yes.
you included. Convince me that that is the case, because I know that the utility is going to make the argument that, oh no, what we're about to embark upon, which involves EVs and building electrification and everything, and general broad electrification is going to blow. I assume their presumption is that this is going to blow away the refrigerators of the 1930s and the air conditioners of the 50s and 60s. Make the counter argument, please.
So this is actually my chart.
Oh, okay.
So, we don't have a forecast, a 25-year forecast from Pepco. But this is actually a chart we've done in other states where we do have such forecasts.
Okay.
In particular, right now we're working in Massachusetts, and which is actually an example of stakeholder or intervener participation in investment plan development. And if we plot that on this chart, the same 5 to 6 multiple over 25 years is present. Exactly the same multiplier from utilities in Massachusetts that you see here. So, and that includes electric vehicles. They have a massive heat pump, adoption program, rebate program, all those things. Very aggressive, and it matches these curves. If we had that data from Pepco, it'd be great to put on this curve. Maybe that would come out in some kind of participatory intervener, type of situation. But yeah, it would be great to have that data and plop it on that chart. But again, what we've seen so far from utilities that have provided these forecasts, it's the same curve.
And the line that's labeled Brattle Pepco, is this associated with the study that they conducted for the District of Columbia? Is it that study? Do you know?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I thought so.
Yes.
All right, my next question is a question that I put to witness Young and Lemming, so now I'm going to put it to you, and that is this new era of changing technology. Now, for those of you who are over the age of 30, you'll recognize this reference. I kind of view ourselves as being in the VHS versus Sony Betamax technology showdown when it comes to battery technology. I don't think we know which technology is going to prevail for utility grade batteries. So over the next, I know that, for example, Form Energy has a pilot that's taking place currently, or is about to take place this year in upstate New York. But the question I have, given my concern about how quickly we have to adopt winning technologies, within the context of that problem, which do you think is a better method for rate making, traditional rate making or MYPs? And please explain your answer.
As far as the adoption of new technologies or innovation or
all of that, yeah.
I think I think generally you can encourage innovation under either. I think if you would like to see a demonstration of certain battery technology or demand response on a circuit-specific basis, you can allow pilots and approve cost recovery for those pilots, and get the information or the testing or the understanding that you need under either approach. That would be my initial reaction.
I would agree with that. I mean, the Smart Grid City was done in Colorado under traditional rate-based making. I mean, I didn't see any limitations to the advancement of new technology under that traditional rate-making forum. So I'm challenged to see what the difference would be.
Okay. So, Mr. McKeel, I believe, forgive me if I'm mischaracterizing the thrust of your questioning here, but I believe that Pepco has basically made the argument that MYPs, multi-year plans, are the new standard in rate making. And I don't know. There was the document that had 5 or 6 states. So my first question is, do you believe that MYPs are the new standard? And the second question will be, should it be?
Well, first off, I think that a lot more investor-owned utilities are going to MYPs because it's to their advantage to their shareholders. And so because they can, because of what we put in our testimony, but Paul put in his Mr. Alvarez put in the testimony about that ability to just propose projects. I mean, they can propose anything they want, and then they do the best they can to justify those things and see what sticks. I mean, what the commission will approve. Under the traditional rate-making approach, they took a chance. In other words, they had the responsibility to build this stuff, and then after it was built, they take it to the commission. I know I wasn't involved in those rate cases, but I do know that when they came back, a lot of times in Colorado, that the commission just said, we don't approve that. I realize you spent the money, but we don't think it was prudent to do, and now you can't recover the cost. So I don't know if that answers your question
No,
or
it
not.
does, but I have a further question, and that
Okay.
is, if that's the case, I mean, you're giving me the impression that traditional rate making almost puts the utility in a position where they have to be a little more conservative.
Absolutely.
Okay. And my final question is one that has to do with equipment lifespan, and that is, let me just ask this question. Is there such a thing as a database, a recognized, broadly recognized database for the lifespan and failure rates of power generation and transmission equipment?
Ooh. I don't know the answer. The only database that I have ever seen was associated with power transformers,
Okay.
and it was an age, showed the failure rates based on the age of the power transformers.
They have something like a normal curve for when
It's a
failure
form.
occurs.
But it's not just it's not an estimated curve. It's an actual curve based on actual failure rates.
Okay.
And that's the only thing that I've seen in that.
Okay.
Now, I wish and I believe that utilities should start collecting that data so that they have all their equipment failure rates based on age, and that so that they can help them do the best cost-benefit analysis.
I mean, Your Honor, what your question is kind of getting to is the depreciation studies.
Right.
That all the
Yeah.
utilities do, and they will claim with some justification that every suite of assets that every utility has and every utility system is different, and you need to have utility-specific depreciation studies to do that work. So I think that's the best kind of that's out there. But I would agree there is some opportunity to do this across the industry. I think the question is, where is that incentive, for utilities to do that? I don't think there is one.
Okay, and final question here for Mr. Stevens, and that is, in the in the course of redirect, I think it was in redirect, you were basically alluding to specific mechanical tests of equipment that would justify replacement.
Yes.
I- is that typical, or is that unusual for a utility to go to a transformer or some other transmission, piece of equipment and actually sample it or test it?
It's very typical across the industry for many, many years too. Not just, this is not recent. This has been around for as long as I've been around, so it's been 50 years anyway.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. I was just contemplating over the time I've been here at the commission, how many hours have you sat in that box together? Just about 6
More
hours,
than
I think, by the time
more
this
than
is going to
we'd
be
like.
over. So, anyway, just after the redirects and the cross, I sometimes I begin to get kind of jumbled as to what I'm supposed to be taking from your testimony. So help me just kind of get back to what you think are the essentials. I mean, we're here because one, we do have a reconciliation process that we have to contemplate, and so that is part for the first 2 years of the last MYP. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then we also have to set a revenue requirement and look at all the various allowances and the cuts, and so that's going to be an important component of this, whether we do this at over multiple years or whether it's we either try to figure out how we cobble this together historically, and then also see we've been thrust into having to make this have this decision about the pros, cons, and whether we do this in an MYP. Or not. So starting with just making sure I understand your testimony, as far as reconciliation, OPC isn't suggesting that we reject anything that the company is requesting at this point. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, we're talking about this $9 million.
Right.
Okay, so I can check that off and
Yes.
make sure that that's also the answer for staff, and we'll know where to go from there. But in this other area now of looking at the capital expenditures and how we're going to set this revenue requirement, I do recall from the last time we did the Pepco MYP, there were a lot of concerns about the fact that the proposal exceeded drastically the, I don't want to use words like drastic, but it exceeded what historically we had seen coming from Pepco, and we were struggling to get an understanding as to why was that the case, and you know how we resolved that. But are we in that same situation now, from your perspective, of trying to figure out the capital expenditures, the fact that they do seem to exceed historic norms, and what are your recommendations on that?
Yeah, and in fact, I think there's a pretty good chart on that in the direct. It's on page 12 of the direct. That indicates a pretty healthy growth in MRP2 over MRP1. And so, yes, I think what happens here is MRP kind of puts you in the unenviable position of having to, think through all these things. If you didn't have the investment plan and advance to react to, you wouldn't have to make these calls. These calls are difficult, as you've heard. There's a pretty big difference of opinion between what Ms. Young feels is needed for reliable, safe and reliable service, and what Mr. Stevens thinks is needed, required for safe and reliable service. And I think that's not an easy thing for non-technical, even technical people to figure out. So I would argue we are kind of in that same situation, to answer your question.
I would add to that one of the observations that we've had is the dramatic difference in spending between the utilities that we've looked at that are on traditional rate making versus the MYRP. Man, it's doubled, tripled the spending, which tells us that the traditional rate paying is self-governing. The utilities are governing themselves, and doesn't require the commission and people like ourselves to necessarily attack that. Whereas with the MYRP, because the utilities are putting so much stuff out there, and we agree that it's much more technical these days than it was in the past, from not just a DER impacts, battery storage, all these different things, and communication systems, because now they want to have an interactive system, not a reactive system. The old, you put a recloser out there and it does what it does and nobody knows until it operates. Whereas they want to be able to remotely operate that recloser. They want to know when it's open and closed. I'm not saying that those things are necessarily wrong. I'm saying that they need to be cost justified. But my point is, the bottom line is that the MYRP requires an awful lot of external governance that the traditional rate paying approach did not require.
Interesting. Another thing I know we faced, and it was interesting that we talked a little bit about Commissioner Herman's questions and some of her comments. I think we had the issues of, is the company capable of forecasting, and does it have a reliable record of forecasting, and specifically looking at past expenditure forecast or plans versus what the company actually did. So that was an issue. Do you have any?
I'm sorry, are you talking about load forecasting? Or are you
No, I'm actually just talking capital
okay,
expenditure forecasting. And again, that was something that it was a concern. Has anything happened over the last MYP that I guess that boosts the confidence we can have in Pepco's ability to forecast, plan, and then stick to a plan?
Yeah, I think we did appreciate Ms. Young's testimony about, the light of day that gets given to the project forecast spending, and then how they have to track that and monitor that and control that very closely because they know it's going to be exposed, in the annual information filing. So I think, that is one example, of better control. But again, you have to look at it in its entirety, right? And that could be one benefit of multi-year rate plans, but is it negated by all what we would describe as detriments, to multi-year rate plans? And can you get that same kind of discipline elsewhere through other methods? So, I think, we did appreciate her comments there, and wouldn't disagree with the light of day that adds. But project cost control is only one component of cost control, right? So I would agree they're probably doing a better job of forecasting. They're probably doing a better job of, controlling their project costs to the forecasts. But that's only one aspect, of capital spending governance. So does that answer your question?
I believe so. How is the fidelity to the plan over the last 3 years? Do you have any, I guess,
And we would argue,
comment on that?
yeah, I know Dennis would agree that the utility does need to have some flexibility, right? Because new priorities come up and other priorities fall off the table, right? So, so we would not discourage flexibility. I don't recall looking at the annual information filings that it was significantly out of whack of what they had planned. But I don't know if you had any.
Yeah, I would just add to that we are, we certainly don't want to run the utility for them, as stakeholders or anybody. We don't think that we should do that. What we are proposing here is that we work to set up the processes that the utility uses to justify the work that they're doing. And so risk-based cost-benefit analysis, and there's some other processes. If we could get the utilities to follow those stringent processes of evaluating projects' value to ratepayers, then all we have to do is sample the projects that they're trying to approve and see if they followed the process to get that project approved or not through their management. When we look at the stuff that's given to management to make these approvals, It's so weak. I mean, it's just really weak. It says the project will improve reliability or it'll improve safety. And I mean, that's just a sentence or a paragraph. It's not a cost benefit analysis. There's no data there. There's no, what are the failure rates? What is that? All that. Or it's a scoreboard, the score of 33 or a score of 44. And that's supposed to mean something to management such that they can approve a multi-million-dollar projects. I mean, from an engineering standpoint, those numbers are subjective and not data-driven as I would expect them to be.
Okay, and kind of on that, I think I've heard through this hearing that there are concerns about just transparency and I guess the involvement of the various parties in understanding and knowing about the specifics. There was some discussion, I think, by Witness Young about the internal planning process.
Right.
Do you in your analysis, do you feel like that you have that type of the necessary transparency into that plan?
No.
No? Okay.
No, because when I reviewed the data that was given to what I call the last person that has to sign off on a project based on the amount of money that the project was worth, I saw the documentation that was given to that person, and it was insufficient as far as I was concerned for that person to make a decision whether they should sign off on it or not. But Ms. Young answered that, well, there's people below that have already done all the work that has justified it, and they're just signing off on their work. Well, I can't look at all these. There was like sometimes 6 or 7 organizations and different people to look at all what they did and what numbers they used to make their decision to recommend to the final sign-off person that this project was legitimate or cost effective. So that was part of the transparency issues that I had with what I reviewed.
Okay. And we have a work group process for some areas of that are important to state policy, such as reliability.
Right.
Do you believe that that can both, I guess, inform the either an MYP process, as it has informed at least capital expenditure decisions by a utility, kind of de-risking and making it maybe a little bolder decisions, not quite so conservative? I mean, is that something that can work for an MYP as far as planning? Does it give us any of that, or?
I think it's challenging. I mean, I don't know if you recall our comments in 9353, the Comar proceeding, but when you take umbrella concepts like we want to maintain the reliability that we have, and it's so good, and equate that to capital spending, I think you're starting to go down a slippery slope there. I think you have to look at the projects individually at some point and make a call as to whether the reliability improvements or reductions in risk are worth the spending the utility is proposing, right? And so when you're up here, it sounds great. When you're down here, this one, that one, the other one don't look as promising, right? And so it's hard. I think it's hard to use these kinds of things to govern very specific spending types. Does that help you?
Yeah, I would just add to that we've seen when you look at that blanket approach and they're saying, well, look, it's all cost justified, and they've even done a fairly good cost justification at this high level. But when you look at the individual projects, there's 2 projects that justifies the whole thing, and all the rest of them are just being brought in because under this umbrella. If you look at those individual ones, they're not cost justified. So 2 or 3 projects may give you all the safety you want. So you should just do those 2 or 3 projects. You shouldn't use that umbrella and get a whole bunch of other projects done under that same thing, because these give you enough value to cover the rest of them.
And we actually have a name for it. We call it masking in cost benefit analyses. So we have a technology. It's called trip savers is one. It's a fuse where the tap taps into the main line. And you can look at those globally and say, yes, it makes sense. When if you look at it at a circuit-specific basis, it makes sense on 20% of the circuits and not the other 80. So it's kind of the 80-20 rule. So this stuff is very complicated. It's very difficult to make overall assumptions on projects or programs or conservation voltage reduction or certain technologies, even distribution automation, which we generally favor, can be taken too far, to an extreme where you're no longer getting benefits relative to costs.
Okay, well, that's helpful.
And that's why there needs to be some good rules around the processes that we talked about.
Okay. Yeah, I was interested because I think we do have in this state a very solid, reliability planning process that includes all parties and I believe does inform. But you did also talk a little bit about grid modernization, where we're trying to, I guess, link the work group, the grid planning work group, to make sure that in fact is being fed into our rate cases and into decisions being made for setting revenue requirement. And I did have a chance to engage a bit with Witness Lemming on that, just trying to get insights into the utility planning process. I guess was this a good? I guess do we have good learnings from this MYP as far as just how the company proposed a plan and then executed the plan? And I ask that given our decision to explicitly say there are a few areas we don't want you to spend on, and then we set a budget, essentially saying, okay, you've got a limited budget, we're going to let the company move forward. Is that an approach that provides some of the, I guess, the limits, or does that really kind of, I don't know, negate the whole reason to have an MYP in the first place?
No, I think it's very valid, and we would, I would say, greatly endorse kind of the concept of establishing a capital budget, because then the utility must make its own decisions with the flexibility that we talked about a minute ago, right? The utilities make its own decisions about how does it have to prioritize among this limit, and it gets to how typical unregulated, competitive businesses work, right? They have competitive forces in the market that can constrain how much capital they can invest in their business, and they prioritize based on those constraints. And I think it's a very healthy approach.
Okay. And then just quickly, I've taken more time than I should, but on this question of, with safety and reliability spend and should there be a cost-benefit analysis, I think another important part of this I call three-legged stool, it has to be cost-effective as well. So without, having strict rules, I guess, imposed on the utilities, how do we look at, safety, reliability, ensure that we do get cost-effective solutions, but again, in areas where the utility, like you said, we don't want to run the utility. We just want to make sure we're getting the best value for ratepayers. What is the right balance there?
I would say it's that risk-informed cost-benefit analysis, right? So you look at the risk reduction available from a spend, and you say, what's the value of that risk reduction? And you can put a dollar amount on it. And the commission does and staff does. They'll use that interruption cost estimator tool from the Department of Energy for reliability. You can put a value on safety incidents. You could try to estimate, what an injury costs, or those kinds of things. So we would argue, quantify everything in dollars that you can. Even greenhouse gas reductions, you can put a dollar value on that, and you can compare it to cost, and you can make your decisions from there. So, and again, as I said yesterday, start with the dollars. You can always add qualitative considerations, but start with the dollars. Don't let it replace the quantitative. Just add it to the quantitative.
You don't have fears this impinges on the utility being able to provide the safety and reliability that are also demanded of them.
I would again point out that the utilities have done a great job with safety over the years, and if except for overhead and underground conductor, where there are some contact incidents with the public, equipment failures, man, I can't recall ever any incident where public has ever been affected by equipment failures. So when they say this will improve safety, it's so minuscule that almost isn't even worth looking at. I mean, you can assign dollars to it, but reliability is everything. It's all about reliability, and there are ways to monetize the reliability, and so that's the big issue.
All right, great. Well, thank you. And hopefully on your flight back to Colorado, they make you sit that close together. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Schlesman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, gentlemen. So first, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about what you've done in terms of the review for Pepco's first MYP for years 1 and 2. I think yesterday, Mr. Alvarez, you said you did some limited prudency review, and then today, Mr. Stevens, in response to questioning from Mr. McKeel, you said that you reviewed the 2021-2022 annual information filings, and you're not challenging anything. You're not challenging the 9 million that they're asking. Okay, so if you can please clarify for me, then, if you turn to your direct testimony, page 43. So you have a list, sort of 3 buckets of costs that you're recommending, or spends that you're recommending disallowances for years 2021 and 2022, that amounts to about $33 million. Okay, so can you explain to me where those disallowances come from?
So the 9 million, we looked only at the 9 million, right? So we looked at, these cost overruns, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Could they have been avoided? Was it due to malfeasance, poor performance, what? Didn't see anything really there. And so that's why we didn't, recommend any disallowances of those. These are related to issues that we see in the MRP that extend backwards, that were underway, right, previous to this application. So, for example, the prospective equipment replacement.
Okay.
Mr. Stevens has identified not cost effective. So if it's not cost effective now, wasn't cost effective then.
Okay.
So it's more along that kind of line.
Okay,
if that-
but
that
you
may-
are
that helps.
recommending disallowances of
Yes.
those
Yes.
for years 1 and 2?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about this is going back to case 9645. I think this was
PGE's first MLP.
right. So I think this is Pepco 59. So this was testimony from 2020, and you were talking to Mr. McKeel about statements that you made about cost justification. What you said after being asked by Commissioner Herman if so the only thing that requires cost justification in your view is what you call new projects. Can you talk a little bit about what you mean by cost justification so there's no cost justification required for repairing or providing facilities to serve customers in order to meet reliability
Right.
issues. Okay, so tell me what you mean by cost justification.
Okay, so I'll use an example to try to explain. So if you are preemptively replacing a power transformer, that's the big transformer in the substation, okay? And what we call preemptive, that means it's passed its objective testing, it's test okay, and it's not overloaded, so there's no requirement to replace it. But the utility has decided to replace this piece of equipment based on their scoring or some other process, this subjective approach to making a decision to replace it. So in those cases, I think those are discretionary. That means they can make a decision to replace it or not to replace it at this time. So if it's discretionary, that means it needs a cost-benefit analysis. You can look at the transformers. You can look at the failure rates on their system. How often has this particular piece of equipment, type of equipment, failed? That gives you a probability of failure for that particular type of equipment. That's the risk. You can also say, well, when we lose a transformer this size, how many customers are out, and how long are those customers out for? That is the consequences. Okay, you can use that information about how many customers were affected and how long were they out of service, and you can use the Department of Energy's ICE calculator, which is a calculator that determines a dollar value for number of customers out and the length of the customers that they're out based on classification of customers.
Okay, so
So I'm sorry, just let me. Then
Okay.
you just multiply the risk times the consequence, and that gives you a risk dollar amount that you compare to the cost. And if the risk cost is greater than the cost to replace, then it's cost justified. If the risk cost is less than the cost to replace, then it is not
okay,
justified.
but that's okay.
Okay.
The concern I have in at least this line of questioning
Okay.
is that it suggests that you don't need cost justification unless it's a new project. So the only thing that requires cost justification, in your view, is what you call new projects.
Yeah, I understand the confusion. I guess when
Okay, I'm going to follow up with this. Okay, so
Okay.
this is and so I'm looking down at the page, and the last line, that's the risk analysis and cost, and then it stops. So I got curious, what's the next word after that? So I asked one of our intrepid and clearly overworked advisors to get me the rest of that line, and
Oh.
and so I have something to share with you. And Mr. McKeel, I only had him do two
All right.
copies. And so, because I actually think that I think I understand what you were. So this was you can pass that to Mr. McKeel. So I think I actually understand what you're trying to say.
Okay.
And I think the problem is that you're getting kind of caught up in words.
Right.
And because on the one hand you're suggesting so the next word after cost, if you turn over, is analysis. So cost analysis, which I actually think is important, or at least I think it was important to what you were saying. And I'm asking you this because I'm trying to get clarity on what is it that you're saying. And in the next page of this, Mr. Alvarez, I don't know if this is familiar to you, but I'm getting the sense from your response to the next line of questioning, you're talking about this risk-informed benefit cost analysis. And so I'm taking it from this that you're not saying you're not supposed to be doing cost justifications, but you're supposed to be doing cost benefit analysis with risk. So you're looking at different approaches, different alternatives, and I think that you are getting. I think your words need to be clearer. I mean, I think this, as a lawyer, we look at we parse through every single word because everything has to mean something, and I just want to be clear. You're not saying that if a project, you're not. I mean, here you were distinguishing between new and old, and I'm assuming you're saying whether it's new or whether it's old. I mean, whether it's replacing or rebuilding or coming up with something new, that you're looking at a benefit cost analysis, and you're also looking at risk. So and you're comparing alternatives.
I would say that's true. When I read the word new in there, I thought, oh, that's kind of a poor choice of words because that we're talking about new projects, even if it's working on old existing equipment. But when you say new, that makes it sound like you're only talking about new equipment. And so I think that's the difference. And
Well, it just seemed,
But you're right.
it seemed unclear to me, and I got kind of caught up in this, which is why I sent
Yeah.
our clearly overworked, you hear this, General Assembly, clearly overworked
Yeah.
advisor to find the rest of this for me. But I think it's really important, if you're talking about benefit cost analysis, to be clear with your words about what it is that you want us to do in terms of looking at a particular project.
Yeah, I think the word discretionary would have been better than new,
Okay,
if that helps.
yeah, absolutely.
all right, that's all I have.
Okay, so we had that discussion earlier about the issue of electrification and comparing it to the past times where we had big growth in demand. So I was thinking about, you talked about the 25-year period between 1945 and 1969 when electricity grew sixfold, which I guess was sort of adding new customers and the move to air conditioning. Given the fact that this new electrification, particularly for Pepco, is going to be different in the sense that they probably won't be adding new customers because you're not going to have the same kind of growth in population like you had in the after the Second World War, but instead, sort of changing the usage of an already built system. I mean, is demand just a problem, whether it's, more usage of existing facilities as opposed to adding new customers, or is there a difference?
Well,
Load is load, right?
yeah, load is load. But well, first off, I would say that it's not a whole lot different than the air conditioning boom because that was existing customers adding
Sure, I understand. but-
technology that grew the load. It actually, as Paul kind of indicated, there really isn't. The utility has to respond to the two differences in the loads. Okay, new load means you need to extend facilities to those new customers.
Right.
Okay, so that's the investment, and that is certainly non-discretionary. I mean, they've got to do that. Okay, existing loads, when those grow, that can also get into the forecast. In other words, you need to forecast and you need to look at trends. Okay, they can't be speculative trends. In other words, we speculate that there's going to be all these EVs out there in the future. It needs to be based on data that says our growth is growing at this rate, and we can see that if it stays at this rate, or maybe we see a little curve to it, we can maybe project that. But to just say there's going to be all this electrification out there in the future, and we need to build all the infrastructure now to serve that, that's not appropriate. Now, did I answer your question or not? Maybe.
I think so. And I guess the other situation with Pepco, if people start switching from natural gas heat, which there's a lot of
Right.
that in their service territory because of Washington Gas Light, and if they switch to these heat pumps and whatnot, I mean, in a sense that, I guess it's sort of like the air conditioning
Right.
load.
It's yeah.
But it also may be like they're obviously adding like new customers because they're going to be going from people who just got electricity just to basically run appliances and lights, and are now shifting to a more substantial usage to actually heat and cool their house, or heat
So-
their house at least.
So let me give you a little personal experience, okay? I started with XL Energy in 1975, and in the late 70s and early 80s, there was a boom of growth in the southeast portion of the area. There was a Denver Tech Center that was being built, so there was a lot of technologies, mid-rise, not high-rise buildings, but mid-rise buildings. All of that happened, and it was, we had a hard time, keeping it, but we kept up with it. And the reason we can keep up with it is because they can't build houses and buildings and streets and all that stuff faster than we can put our facilities in. Because one of the constriction, what makes that happen some is that you have to have the ground has to be to grade, because we can't put couldn't put our facilities in until the ground was to grade, because if you put it in too soon, it may be too deep, it may be too shallow, those kinds of problems. So you have to work with the construct. We had people, they were called customer reps, and they were out there feeling these people up all the time. And so the same thing, you kind of have to, even with the air conditioner type load where it's the existing customers, you need to kind of have feelers out there. What's happening in the thing? But generally, utilities can keep up with that. When we needed more work, we brought in contract construction workers to do whatever we needed to do. If we had to rebuild stuff, we rebuilt it. You know, if it needed to be underground, we put it underground. I just don't see the urgency. I don't see it with EVs. In fact, if you look at EVs right now, they're not selling like people predicted they would be selling. I think the same thing's going to happen with heat pumps. We see a few people putting heat pumps in right now, but you know, it's costly to switch from gas to electric. Gas is actually, the price of gas right now is really low. So people are going to not want to switch real quickly, you know, until the utility just takes gas away. So anyway, in my experience, utilities can keep up.
The other thing is about the timing. I mean, if you want to encourage heat pumps in electric vehicles, high electric prices is the last thing you want to do. So if you build too far in advance, and we're not suggesting you shouldn't be building in advance, believe me, but you know, if you build too far in advance and the load hasn't caught up yet, well, then you're amortizing or spreading, right, a higher capital spend over about the same kind of volume. That's a recipe for rate increases. So something to be thinking about.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So we're going to take a break for lunch, but I guess I need to know what's the plan for the afternoon.
Well, the plan is put Mr. Tim Oliver.
Okay.
I understand that Pepco has plans for him. That could take a while. I don't know who's coming up.
So,
Yeah, I think after Mr. Oliver, Ron Nelson is going to take the stand for OPC.
okay. And what's the deal with Mr. Efron?
Mr. Efron will be here tomorrow around 2 o'clock.
Okay, I see. Okay. All right, sounds good. So we will come back at
Thank you.
1:50.
Mr. Chairman, before we proceed with Mr. Oliver, I was just hoping to address the admission of Walmart's testimony.
Okay.
As you may recall, Walmart witness Perry was excused from appearing at the hearing, and we have been waiting on our motions for special admission that are still pending. But with the Commission's indulgence, I would request permission to mark and move Walmart's witness Perry's testimony into evidence pending the granting of our motions.
Sure.
On December 15th, 2023, Walmart caused to be filed the direct testimony and exhibits of Lisa V. Perry, and on January 12th, 2024, an errata filing of that testimony was filed. I would ask that the errata filing of January 12th, 2024 be marked and moved into evidence as Walmart Exhibit 1.
No objection.
Thank you.
Just a question, was the testimony and the errata both together Walmart Exhibit 1?
Yes, I just asked that the errata itself, because that contained both the testimony and her exhibits, the errata file.
Your Honor, the Apartment and Office Building Association wishes to call Timothy B. Oliver to the stand.
I do.
Mr. Oliver, please state your full name and business address for the record.
My name is Timothy Bruce Oliver, and my business address is 7103 Lake Tree Drive, Fairfax Station, Virginia.
Do you have a document before you entitled Direct Testimony of AOBA Witness Timothy B. Oliver, Volume 2 of 2, filed on December 15th, 2023, consisting of 27 pages of testimony, 5 exhibits identified as TBO-1 through TBO-5, and 1 attachment identified as AOBA Exhibit A?
I do.
Was this testimony prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
It was.
Do you have any changes, corrections, or updates to your direct testimony?
I do have one minor typographical change. On page 24 of my direct testimony, line 22, there is an acronym that's incorrect. I had it written down as HYT, and it should be HTY.
Any further corrections, Mr. Oliver?
No.
Is this direct testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
It is.
Do you adopt this testimony as your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Your Honor, I ask that the direct testimony identified and marked as AOBA Exhibit 14 be admitted into evidence. The witness is available for cross-examination.
I have no cross-examination, but good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
No questions. No questions.
Yes, I have questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Oliver.
Good afternoon, Mr. McKeel.
Glad to hear you're feeling better, sir.
Thank you.
Is it correct that you reviewed Pepco witness McKinsey's direct and rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
I did.
And you would agree with me, would you not, that you only filed direct testimony in this proceeding, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you did not file any rebuttal or surrebuttal, correct?
Correct.
And if I understand your testimony, and I'm looking at the direct on page 9, line 10, it's AOBA's ROE recommendation, that's return on equity recommendation, is 9.10%. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
And if I understand your testimony, you arrive at your recommended ROE. You started with Pepco's authorized return on equity of 9.55%, authorized by the Commission in the first MYP case, 9655. Is that a correct understanding, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And then, as I read your testimony, and I'm still looking at...
Let me clarify. I didn't start with the 955. But after I performed my analyses and looked at what the directional change would be, and then I used that to apply the commission's gradualism precedent as a starting point, instead of, for example, in the District of Columbia, I used the average between this current authorized in my analysis. But here, because of the gradualism policy, we started with the 955.
Okay, and that's fine. I just want to understand that that's your starting point, and then I want to talk to you about the adjustments that you make.
Okay.
So just make sure I level set so I understand, so there's no confusion. You started with the 955 ROE that was authorized by Pepco, by the commission in 9655. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then you make 2 downward adjustments to that 955 ROE. Is that a correct understanding of what you did, sir?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you for making sure I understand. So the first one, risk reduction that you make, if I understand, is at lines 5 through 8 of your direct testimony, page 9. And that is a 25 basis point reduction because of the risk because Pepco has reduced risk in your view because it has a multi-year rate plan. Is that a correct understanding?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. Then you make a second 25 basis point downward adjustment at line 11 there on page 9 of your direct testimony. Is that a correct understanding, sir?
That is also correct.
And I didn't see, and maybe I missed it, what is the purpose of that 25 basis point proposed reduction?
Well, the computational analysis that I performed had a result of 8.88. So that was clearly a directionally downward movement. And I thought that, one, with the reduced risk of another MYP and the gradualism precedent of 5 basis points per year that was established in order number 88438 and case number 9443. And I thought I was even being somewhat generous because 5 basis points when you have 3 test years, an extended test year, and 3 historic periods since the last case, I thought that 5 basis points per year for 5 years was less than the overall period length of time covered by this filing.
Okay, and that explanation, just so I make sure I understand, doesn't appear in your direct testimony anywhere. Is that correct?
I said, well, what part of the explanation? I'm confused.
The whole explanation of how you got to the 25 basis point reduction, where you discuss case 9443 and all of those items.
I was just citing I've cited that order number for about 4 cases now, and in its application. In this testimony, I believe I did have the order, but if I don't, that was an omission. And the 5 basis points a year is based on the length of time since the last case to the end of the proposed MYP period.
Right, but when I looked at the testimony, I didn't see any questions and answers that described those steps that you took to get to that 25 basis point reduction. Can you point to me in your testimony where that is, sir? And maybe I missed it.
I believe this is explained in narrative form on page 22. The Q&A begins on line 10.
Okay,
And
fair
then
enough.
also, if you look at exhibit TBO 1, page 1, those are also clearly just stated in the bottom lines 10 and 11.
Okay, yeah, I see the 25% risk, 0.25% risk reduction. All right, thank you very much. So you are recommending, you being AOBA is recommending a 50 basis point reduction to the 9.55 ROE, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, I am not a math wizard, but if I subtract 50 basis points from 9.55%, I get 9.05%. Can you explain to me how you reached the 9.10%?
Rounding.
Rounding?
I rounded it to only 2 significant digits.
Okay, and where do
Instead
you...
of going out an extra digit. And so 9.05 rounded to the second place would be 9.1. And I also did that in some sense using a little bit of being softer on trying not to round down, or 5 basis points seemed like a reasonable kind of nod to the company.
Okay, and you don't talk about anywhere where you... is that rounding down?
It's in the work papers.
It's in the work papers, but it's not in your direct testimony.
No, but it's a mathematical formula in an Excel sheet. It'd be hard to put in testimony.
Okay. You would agree with me that my arithmetic is right. If I subtracted 50 basis points from 9.55, it would be 9.05. Is that correct?
Correct. But in the spirit of gradualism and the fact that I didn't do a 6th year, I thought that rounding was a reasonable 5 basis point adjustment.
Okay. And you're familiar with the Commission's order number 89868 in case number 9655. Is that correct?
I have read the order, but it's been a little while. But I am familiar with that.
And
the order exists.
And you were AOBA's cost of capital witness in that proceeding. Isn't that correct?
I was.
And you would agree with me, would you not, that the Commission issued that order in case number 9655 authorizing a 9.55% ROE on June 28th, 2021?
I would.
Okay. Would you agree with me, sir, that credit ratings are widely referenced by investors as an objective indicator of investment risks?
I have a little trouble with the objective part because there are multiple rating agencies and they all use different criteria and different methods. So it's hard to say that Standard & Poor's is objective compared to Fitch.
Okay, let me re-ask the question. Would you agree with me that credit ratings referenced by the investors are an indicator of investment risks?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, sir, what the credit ratings are currently assigned to Pepco by Moody's and S&P?
Trying to remember the last time I checked. I believe it's also presented in witness Tomney's testimony.
Well, I think it's in Mr. McKenzie's testimony. May I approach the witness? I wasn't going to make...
I mean, if I just quickly see it, I can verify it.
Yeah, that, I just want to give one copy to your counsel. I'm handing you, sir, page 28 of Mr. McKenzie's direct testimony in this case, and I'm looking at table 3 there. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And would you agree with me that for credit ratings for Pepco, Standard & Poor's has a credit rating for Pepco of A-?
I see that.
And would you agree with me that Moody's has a credit rating of capital B, little AA1 for Pepco?
I would say that's what is indicated here on table 3, but may I ask, is this from witness McKenzie's direct testimony or rebuttal testimony, and what date?
It's from his direct testimony, sir.
Okay, but I have a question about when these numbers and when these ratings originated from. Because
they were the ratings when he filed that direct testimony in June. I mean, if you want to update those.
Right.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. McKill, could you just let the witness finish?
Sure.
The reason why I'm curious about that is because when I was looking through Witness McKenzie's analyses, the numbers that he used for his DCF and CAPM, bond yield risk premium, all that, he downloaded last January. So that's almost over 14 months ago. And so I don't want to speak to something when I don't know how far back this goes, if there have been any changes since he pulled this information.
Let me ask you this. Are you aware of whether or not S&P and Moody's have changed their credit ratings for Pepco?
I am not.
Okay. Do you know, sir, what credit ratings were assigned to Pepco by Moody's and S&P when the commission issued its order in case number 9655, authorizing a 9.55 ROE?
I do not. I would say that, we're talking about investment credit ratings, and Pepco, you're not able to invest in Pepco. So these credit ratings are mostly for debt issuances, not for investment.
100%. These are for debt issuance. No question about that. And let me just ask you, you would agree that these are just for debt issuance, correct?
Because there's no equity available to invest in Pepco besides from its parent company. You can invest in Exelon, and Exelon's credit rating would be how you'd evaluate that as an investment, or see if it was a good investment. Is this one? But credit rating is just one of many factors and many metrics that you would look at before you would make an investment.
Just a minute here. I'm looking for something. Well, I'll come back to that, sir. You would agree with me in case number 9655, you recommended, you being AOBA, you recommended a 25 basis point reduction for the cost of capital in that proceeding. Is that correct?
For the cost of capital or the return on equity?
For the return on equity.
Yes.
And that was an MYP risk reduction. Is that correct?
Yes, it was the same reduction. It's the same reduction I applied in this proceeding as well, with the same basis.
Okay. And you would agree with me, would you not, in that order, that the commission set the 9.55 ROE taking into account the reduced regulatory lag and risk? Is that correct?
Can you point me to where in the order
Sure.
you said that?
Yeah. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
And I'm looking. Let me give you the order.
Jim, excuse me, does Mr. McKeel have another copy for council?
I sure do. Would you like one?
Yes, please.
Okie dokie.
And what page are you referencing?
I'll get there.
Sorry?
I will get there.
Okay.
Can you take a look at paragraph I believe it is paragraph 370 on page 157 of this order, sir.
What was the paragraph number again?
370.
Okay. I would agree that in 9655, the commission's ROE determination, they believed accounted for reduced regulatory they say it accounts for reduced regulatory lag and risk.
Okay. And one of the reasons that you're recommending a 25 basis point reduction with an MYP is because it reduces regulatory lag and it reduces risk. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes. That is correct. And, we've found through this filing that there is still further risk that's been mitigated. So another application of it was what we determined would be appropriate to do.
Okay.
Because we keep finding less and less risk.
Okay. Now, where in your testimony did you analyze the difference in risk impact of the MYP requested in this case versus the risk impact of the MYP in the last case? And can you just point to me where in your pre-filed direct testimony that's been admitted into the record I can find that information?
AOBA witness Bruce Oliver addressed through a lot of the capital expenditure discussions and a lot of the facets that he discussed was directly related to the reduced risk that Pepco is facing due to this new MYP proposal.
That wasn't my question, sir.
Well, I said I told you where to find it.
Wait, Mr. McKeel, please let Mr. Oliver finish his
Okay.
response.
It's not. I did not explicitly address that in my direct testimony. But the concepts of the reduced risk, and it wasn't a direct comparison saying this is so much riskier this year or less risky now than it was back 3 years ago. It was talking about how we don't believe that the transparency and the ability to shift capital projects without commission approval further reduces risk from something we did not expect or could anticipate at the beginning of the first MYP.
Can you show me in Mr. B. Oliver's testimony any place where he says that this reduces risk, that transparency reduces risk, or the ability to shift capital reduces risk?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because I think that question is more appropriately addressed for Mr. Oliver.
Well, I mean, he can answer the question as to whether or not he's familiar with Mr. Bruce Oliver's testimony.
Do you have a copy?
I do not have a copy of his testimony.
Could you hand him a copy of Mr. Bruce Oliver's testimony?
Sure. Sure.
In the third paragraph of the executive summary even, it says, actual experience under Pepco's current MYP does not support a finding that the MYP process can be relied upon to produce sound regulatory results. Rather, the current MYP process shifts substantial risk from the company to its Maryland ratepayers. Pepco's Maryland ratepayers have been required to pay substantial costs for projects that were not completed, and the company was able to substitute expenditures for other projects without demonstration of the cost effectiveness of such alternative uses of ratepayer dollars. Would you like me to go on?
No, stop there, because I have some questions. That's not financial risk that we're looking at when we're setting a return on equity. You're talking about risk to the customers. Is it your testimony that that type of risk is the risk that you take into account when you're setting a return on equity?
Well, the risk is for comparable investments. So if you go back to Hope and Bluefield, we're trying to find something that has the same level of risk. And that risk can take on many different forms. It can be the risk, financial risk for defaulting on something. It could be an operational risk if there was an accident. It could be the risk to ratepayers, and it can also be the lack of risk if you have guaranteed recovery. You know, where else can you say, I'm going to spend $200 million and hit the nail on the head 3 years out?
And so it's your testimony that Pepco gets guaranteed recovery of the costs that it has in its multi-year rate plan?
Pepco believes it has an authorized revenue requirement from the commission that it is entitled to recover through mechanisms like the BSA and through rate relief and even the proposed MYP rider. And so that perception that you have an authorized return, an authorized revenue requirement that you can book out 3 years in the future, that's pretty darn close to a guarantee with all those tools to recover it.
Okay. Do you agree with me that interest rates have increased since the commission issued 955 ROE in order 89868 in case number 9655?
I would agree that interest rates have risen since then.
Are you aware if there have been any changes in bond yields since the commission's decision approving the 9.55 ROE in Pepco's case 9655?
I would agree with that too.
And would you agree, sir, in your direct testimony at page 20, you indicate that, and I'm looking at page 20, line 13. Let me know when you're there, sir.
Okay.
There you indicate that the 30-year Treasury bond yield at November 27th, 2023 was 4.57%. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you have any idea how that compares with the 30-year Treasury yields in Pepco's last rate case?
I'd have to say subject to check, but I believe it's about 200 basis points higher, give or take 50 basis points.
Okay. Could you take a look at the order that I provided you there in case number 9655, sir? And I'm looking at paragraph 328 of that order.
Okay, yeah, it's kind of broken upside down between 2 pages, but yeah, I'm with you. Let me read it real quick.
I'm sorry. Take your time. I'm sorry it got discombobulated there.
In that proceeding, I used both the average 30-year Treasury rate for 2020 and a current or recent at that time Treasury rate of February 5th in 2021. Those rates were 1.56% for the 2020 annual average rate and 1.97 for the February 5th 2021 rate.
And those are the 30-year Treasury rates. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so, would you agree with me, based on your own testimony, that interest rates have increased about 260 basis points since the commission decided a 9.55 ROE was fair for Pepco. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in arriving at your 9.10 ROE recommendation, did you make any adjustments to the 9.55 ROE to recognize that capital costs now are 260 basis points higher?
I did not make any adjustment to the 955 rate for that reason. I also would not think that that would be as necessary due to how that 9.55% rate, while it stayed static, became more attractive as market conditions have tightened over the last 2 years. So I thought it was a reasonable starting point still.
Would you agree with me that with higher Treasury bond yields means that it costs more for the United States government to get capital?
Capital has become more expensive, yes.
So when we set rates in 9655, we established in your own testimony that the capital costs were about 1.97% for a 30-year T-bill. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what a Treasury bond is when the United States government goes into the market and sells debt, and that's the rate that the United States government has to pay. Is that correct?
That is correct for a 30-year Treasury rate.
And that was what the level was in 2020, correct?
Correct.
And so now, when the United States government sells debt, it's having to pay a rate of 4.57%. Is that correct?
For the incremental debt that was issued at that rate, yes.
Right. Is it your position that the U.S. government has to pay more for capital, but Pepco's cost of capital has gone down significantly?
Yes. I mean, that's reflected in my testimony, and I think
Okay.
it's that the relative market has changed, and Pepco's has become looking more attractive and should have no trouble attracting capital at its currently authorized rates.
How do you reconcile a 260 basis point increase in the return that the U.S. government has to pay with a 45 basis point decrease in the cost of capital for Pepco?
Well, so just because interest rates go up or down, there's not a direct relationship between utilities' overall returns and cost of capital. Because when interest rates were low, we should have been reducing the equity component significantly, and we didn't move as far down as we should have when we had very low interest rates for over 12 years.
Okay.
And so now that interest rates are going up, it doesn't follow that we just need to immediately raise the return on equity and the overall utility returns when they are outperforming the market in general.
Would you agree with me, sir, that interest rates and bond rates are two different things?
Yes.
And you were just talking about interest rates going up right now, and that's due to inflation. Interest rates are going up. Is that correct?
I'm not going to pin it on just inflation,
Okay.
but I would agree that interest rates have risen over the last 2 years post-pandemic.
And they're substantially higher interest rates than in 2020, correct?
But they're substantially lower than they were in 1980. I mean, it's all relative.
But they're higher now.
They're higher now.
Okay.
In the near
Now
term.
let's go back to bond
Please,
rates.
Mr. McKeel, let Mr. Oliver
No,
actually finish his
Go ahead,
question.
Tim.
I was
Or
done.
Mr. Oliver. Go ahead, sir. Tell me when you're done.
I'm done. I'm ready for your next question, sir.
How do you reconcile, sir, a 260 basis point increase in the return that the U.S. government has to pay for bonds with a 45 basis point decrease in the cost of equity for Pepco?
Well, from my perspective, a 9.55 ROE is extremely higher than the risk should justify. I would believe a utility should have, or Pepco should have a ROE much lower if you effectively factored in all its risk mitigation capabilities. And so I think the 955 was a very high starting point. I know you might think 10.5 might be more appropriate, but where else can you get a guaranteed return of 955 in the market right now?
Okay. And now, is it your testimony that in case number 9655, this commission guaranteed Pepco a return of 9.55%?
Can you please rephrase the question?
Yes. Is it your testimony that in case number 9655, this commission guaranteed that Pepco would receive a return on equity of 9.55%?
I'm a little bit, sorry, I'm hesitant right now because are you referring to my testimony in 9655, my testimony in this proceeding, or the oral testimony that we're creating right now?
I'm referring to the oral testimony that you just gave where you said, where else can you get a guaranteed 9.55% return?
Well, it's an authorized return, but for a very low risk. We talked about earlier how, with all these abilities, with the BSA and all the other risks we've identified, being able to substitute capital expenditures at will, that the company would have to be very poorly managed to not be close, or if not be able to achieve its rate of return. Or exigent circumstances may come up, like COVID or other things like that could happen.
It's an authorized return. It's not a guaranteed return. Is that correct?
Correct. And it's management's responsibility to maximize the company's performance, but not exceed the authorized return.
So it's your testimony that Pepco is not allowed to ever exceed its authorized return on equity, sir?
No, that's not my testimony. But if we found in a subsequent rate case that Pepco over-earned by 50 basis points, that would be a cause for a rate reduction, because then you're over-earning. I mean, it goes both ways.
And if in the mantra from heaven that Pepco over-earned on its ROE, an intervener would have to file a complaint case to reduce that, correct?
I chuckle because in 1176, the historic test year that Pepco filed did demonstrate over-earnings.
I don't know what case 1176 is,
It's
sir.
the parallel filing to this filing.
Is that a Maryland case, sir?
It is a formal case, 1176, before the District of Columbia Public Service Commission that was filed within a month of when this case was filed, addressing the same thing of a multi-year rate plan in a neighboring jurisdiction that demonstrated an over-earning when they had to file a traditional test year per the commission.
And in the District of Columbia, do we have separate rates for our customers in the District of Columbia?
We do, but
we have
I brought this up,
Please
Mr.
allow
McKeel, because
Mr. Oliver to finish
because
his
even though the
response.
company demonstrated they exceeded their authorized ROE, nobody filed a complaint. Nobody filed a special injunction. We just handled that as part of the rate case proceeding and demonstrated that, look, Pepco can't be hurting that bad if they over-earned by their own calculation.
And did you do a calculation in this case for Pepco Maryland that indicated that we've over-earned our authorized 9.55 ROE, sir?
The presentation in Maryland by Robert Lemming with the historic test year and 2 bridge years, which is very different in terms of the approach that was used from the District of Columbia, did show by his calculations, unchallenged, that Pepco under-earned for its historic test year and each of the 2 bridge years.
Did you listen to Mr. McKenzie's testimony?
Some of it.
Did you hear Mr. McKenzie say that for both rate years 1 and 2, under oath, that Pepco did not earn its authorized return?
I believe I just said the same thing. Can you explain to me the difference between the MYP years 1 and 2 and the 2 bridge years?
Sure.
Yeah,
So
I think the questions go from him to you, not
So we have a current MYP approved, is that correct?
In case 9655, correct.
And in rate year 1 of that MYP, Pepco did not earn its authorized return of 9655, isn't that correct? Of 9.55, isn't that correct?
what I was trying to say is that I don't see a rate year one from 9655. If you can point me to where it is in somebody's testimony that's not categorized as bridge year one or bridge year two, I referred to that bridge years did demonstrate that for the historic period Pepco presented, you were under earning, and I agreed with that.
And my question to you was, did you hear the testimony from Mr. McKenzie where he said in rate year one, Pepco did not earn its authorized return?
I did not hear that part of the testimony.
Did you hear his testimony where Mr. McKenzie said under oath that in rate year two, Pepco did not earn its authorized rate of return?
I did not hear that part of the testimony.
Now, you would agree with me, would you not, sir? In case number 9655, on behalf of AOBA, you recommended that Pepco receive an ROE of 9.25%. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you would agree with me that the commission rejected that recommendation. Is that correct?
They did not accept my recommendation. Correct.
Okay. You also, sir, provide testimony, I believe, on AOBA's revenue requirement. That's the second part of what you provide. Is that correct?
With a little bit of a clarification. I provided what the ROE's impact would be, what our recommended ROE, cost of debt, would be on the revenue requirement. And that served as more of a ceiling from our perspective because it doesn't include any other rate-making adjustments or any other offsets or rider considerations or anything like that in the revenue requirement. That was just the ROE and capital structure impact on Pepco's proposed revenue requirement.
Okay. Can you turn to page 26 of your testimony, sir?
I'm there.
And on page 26 of your testimony, line 4, it says AOBA's revenue requirement. Is that correct? AOBA's revenue increase recommendations, line 4.
Number 6, AOBA's revenue increase recommendations.
And then there's a question that starts at line 6. Is that correct?
There is a question there.
And you agree in your direct testimony it recommends two different revenue requirements. One for an MYP, and that is no more than $182.4 million. Is that correct?
That number is correct, and and I just want to point out this is all in the context of it should limit Pepco's request to no more than.
Yeah, I said no more than.
Okay.
I think I read that faithfully, sir. And one for a single year revenue requirement on line 15 of no more than $43.4 million. Did I read that right?
That is correct.
Now, you would agree with me, would you not, sir, that both of those positions are shown on schedule TBO5. Is that correct?
It is correct.
And so you would agree with me, would you not, sir, that for each year of the proposed MYP and for the proposed historical test year, that AOBA has calculated a revenue deficiency for Pepco. Is that correct?
So there's a few distinctions that I think are getting jumbled up in your question here. I was unable to do a historic test year, similar to how Pepco was required to file in the district. So that 43.4 million is the revenue deficiency for the historic 3 periods that I calculated using the currently authorized ROE and the currently authorized cost of debt. And the 182.4 million was performing that same calculation for each period of the MYP period. And that math is all very clearly shown in the work papers that are provided with my direct testimony.
Agree with that, sir. My question was, in each of those cases, be it a historic test year presentation or an MYP presentation, AOBA has a revenue deficiency. One is no more than 182.4 million, and one is no more than 43.4 million. Is that correct?
That's taking it out of context because this is showing the impact of an ROE recommendation. It's not, and when you do that without any commensurate adjustments to neither capital expenditures, rate making adjustments, or anything else like that, yes, that change in and of itself will show a deficiency.
Okay. Can you turn to page 26 of your testimony, sir?
I'm there.
Question, what amount of additional revenue for Pepco should the commission approve in this proceeding? Is that the question?
That is the question.
And the answer is no more than 182.4 million for a multi-year plan, correct?
That's not a revenue deficiency, though. That's a ceiling that, if you just accept AOBA's recommended ROE, that you can't justify anything greater than that.
Okay. When you say additional revenue, does that mean a rate increase?
Yes.
So you're suggesting that for a rate increase for the MYP, Pepco should get, in your direct testimony, Pepco should get no more than 182.4 million, correct?
We do not believe an MYP should be approved, so I'm not going to, say that. I said that number is a limit.
Okay.
And is if the commission decided to go forward, an MYP should not exceed that amount based upon our ROE recommendation.
Okay.
That's not our recommendation that there should be a 182.4 revenue requirement or additional revenue. And I think if you looked at the comparison chart, we actually came out closer to $25 million.
We're going to get
after we went through other parties' positions.
Okay. Now, looking at TBO 5, sir, if I understand what you did to get to your $43.443 million historic test year requirement, it's my understanding that you added under the column line 7 HTY bridge year 1 and bridge year 2, you added those numbers together to come out with the $43.3 million. Is that correct?
Yep, right on the page we're just at. It says exactly that, almost verbatim.
Okay. And on TBO 5 stops at MYP year 2. Is that correct?
On this printed page, yes.
Well, is there any other page? Is there a page in your direct testimony that shows MYP year 3 and MYP year 3E?
It was provided with the electronic work papers, and Pepco propounded 0 data requests upon me in this whole proceeding. So it's hard for me to have this question come out now when you had months to ask it.
That wasn't my question. Does that appear on this?
It does not appear on this page, but it can be calculated from this page.
And you have a recommendation, you being
It's
AOBA.
not a recommendation. I don't know how many times I can reiterate myself.
Okay.
It's a limit, and it's showing the impact of a recommended ROE.
Let me ask you
These
this.
are not our revenue requirement recommendations.
Okay. Let me ask you this, sir. Did Pepco propound a data request on AOBA, requesting AOBA's work papers?
We provided them at the same time we filed our testimony as as normal practice of business that we do.
Your Honor, may I need to address this. Pepco requested Mr. Bruce Oliver's work papers However, there was no need to request Mr. Tim Oliver's work papers because they were filed on the same day in the same email with his direct testimony.
May I approach the witness?
Go ahead.
Need to get an exhibit marked. Mr. Oliver, I hand you what I asked to be marked as Pepco Exhibit 87. And is that your work paper, sir, that supports Schedule TBO 5?
It is.
And is that a true and correct copy of your work paper, sir?
Well, I would first point out that I made corrections when I first got on the stand of what was in front of me. Now that I see this printed out, I would make a correction because part of the reason why I wasn't in the exhibit was that AOBA single revenue requirement recommendation on line 10 is not what I wanted to have in the record. If this is going in the record, I would correct that to say AOBA single year revenue limit.
So I'm going to object to that. I mean, Ms. Francis asked him if he had any corrections. This is a work paper that they provided right when they filed that testimony. And they filed that testimony on December 15th. And if there needed to be an update to that work paper, they should have done it. I've established that this is his work paper that was provided to us, and it shows what it shows, Your Honor.
But I'm going to allow the witness to explain this difference. I mean, the questions that were asked went to the testimony that was in front of us, the pre-filed testimony and schedules that were with us, not the work papers included in the package. So if you want to explain the difference between 43 and whatever the new number is, go ahead.
Well, this isn't a new number. These are the same numbers that are in my testimony, and the numbers are calculated correctly. I just didn't want to give the impression that this was our revenue requirement, and I noticed the mislabeling in the work paper that was explained in my testimony as a limit. And so I didn't want to confuse any of the parties by, if this is now in the record, to have it be taken out of context as a revenue requirement recommendation, which I have used similar sheets of this for similar exhibits, and that heading was erroneously left in. I would have changed it to put it in the record. And it's explained in my direct testimony on page 26, what we've spent some time on, that these aren't revenue requirement recommendations, and that, as I pointed out, AOBA's revenue requirement recommendation on the comparison sheet is not even close to any of these numbers we're going back and forth about.
And can you're the one who prepared this work paper, is that correct?
Correct.
And you typed in line 10, AOBA single revenue requirement recommendation, is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time you filed your direct testimony on December 15th, that was AOBA's single revenue requirement recommendation, is that correct?
That is not correct. I've said we did not have a revenue requirement recommendation at the time of my direct testimony.
All right, Your Honor, I just moved the admission of the work paper for TBO 5.
So admit it.
Now, I want to understand TBO 5. The 43.443 million that I see there, you get that by adding line 7 of the HTY, the 1266, plus the bridge year 1 of 11,255, plus bridge year 2, 30,922. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
then in calculating that revenue or that number, is it correct that you utilized the 9.55% ROE, sir?
Correct.
And that's shown on your schedule TBO 4. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's because the 9.55% is Pepco's current return on equity. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
Now, in this case, it's my understanding that AOBA's primary revenue requirement request, or primary request, is that this commission deny the MYP. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And when we talked about your direct testimony on cost of capital, you indicated that if the commission gave Pepco an MYP, there should be a 25 basis point reduction because MYPs are less risky than historical test years. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I would also, I think I know where you're going with this, but I'll let you get there.
All right, thanks. And so you would agree with me, would you not, sir, that you need to add 25 basis points to your 9.10 for an ROE if we get a historic test year of 9.35%?
So there's a couple things with that. One, again, this development was not to make a revenue requirement. This was to show what the impacts were. Second, if the commission does determine that we're going to do a single year revenue requirement, I would accept a 9.35 ROE because of the increased risk associated with it. I would even consider going up to 9.4 if there's no risk, because I even kind of hedged the risk, and you'd also get less gradualism too because you wouldn't be going so far out in the future. So I would think the commission can make those determinations. But in this calculation, I used the 9.5 for the first 3 historic periods because that's what was approved at the time of that.
So you're being generous, and what I guess your testimony is today, that if Pepco were to get a historic test year, in this case, if the commission were to authorize that, you would go as high as a 9.4 ROE. Is that correct?
9.35 based upon the reduction of the MYP, and another 5 basis points for the lack to reflect the gradualism not being over such a long period of time. Yes, I would agree to both those things.
Okay. All right. Need to talk to you about the comparison chart. Do you have a copy?
I do.
Of the comparison chart? And do you also have the cover letter that was filed with that comparison chart?
Dated March 5th, 2024?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I do.
Excellent. Let me just ask you a couple questions about that. Would you agree that in the cover letter it states that this comparison chart is based on the testimonies filed in this case? Is that correct?
Your Honor, I'm not sure that it's appropriate to cross-examine Mr. Oliver on a letter that he didn't write, and I don't even know if he saw the letter. It's appropriate to cross-examine him on the numbers in AOBA's column on page 1, but I'm not sure it's appropriate, and I object to asking him about a letter that I don't even know if he saw and that he certainly didn't write and he isn't responsible for.
All right, so let's do this. You can ask him questions about information he supplied to the authors of the author of that letter, staff, and you want to get through it that way, go ahead. So, but
all right,
since he didn't write the letter, and he's not responsible for what's in the letter.
All right. That's fair enough. You would agree with me that the only testimony that you provided in this proceeding, and we started out with that, was direct testimony. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you had an opportunity to review the direct testimony of the staff in this case?
Staff at OPC.
Staff and OPC. And you had an opportunity to review all of their proposed adjustments. Is that correct?
I've been through all the testimony in this case at some point, but it's not that I will take responsibility or can speak to everything. And I'm not, you also had the opportunity to ask these questions of Bruce Oliver, who also did the same type of approach to this comparison chart. And I can point to you in my testimony on page 27 that AOBA reserves the right to adopt other parties' positions at any point in the proceeding, and they'll be our briefing position.
I understand that you reserve that right, but there is no place in a rebuttal testimony of Tim Oliver where you specifically adopt a position by another party here. Is that correct?
Your Honor, the question about Tim Oliver submitting rebuttal testimony has been asked and answered at least 3 other times.
This question was different, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Would you please restate the question?
Yeah, you didn't file any rebuttal testimony adopting any of the other parties' position, did you, sir?
I did not.
And Mr. B. Oliver did not file, if you know, Mr. B. Oliver did not file any testimony in rebuttal adopting any other party's positions. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And Mr. T. Oliver, you did not file any, sir, rebuttal testimony adopting any other party's positions in this proceeding. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And you were aware of those positions well before this hearing started. Is that correct?
I'm not sure I would go all the way to say well before.
Okay.
We're aware of certain positions by parties. We knew what issues parties were addressing.
Okay.
But a lot of the things we looked at was going into this comparison chart
Okay.
and things that we thought were well-formed arguments by OPC and staff that we could support in brief and add to them our own justifications from the record that was already established.
And so, just to be clear, the direct testimony in this case was filed on December 15th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so you knew what OPC's positions were, you knew what staff's positions were as it related to all of their proposed adjustments on the day you got that testimony. Isn't that correct?
Were you able to go through everyone's testimony on the day it was filed?
I'm required by my employer to go through everyone's testimony on the day it's filed. Yes, sir.
Okay. So to that degree of going through, I did go through all their testimony within weeks of them filing it. And I was aware of some of the positions, but as you know very well, positions can change in rebuttal testimony. So you might not invest a lot of time into the direct testimony before you see the other party's rebuttal testimony. And, sometimes we get big curveballs from the company in rebuttal testimony that forces you to rethink what you're going to do.
And generally, it's the company that files rebuttal testimony. It's not the intervener witnesses. Isn't that correct, Mr. Oliver?
Unless we find something that we feel needs to be addressed. For example, Bruce Oliver filed rebuttal testimony because he had questions and had some concerns about the review of some of the capital projects by staff witness Austin. But yes, it's not often that we would be filing rebuttal testimony, but it does happen.
And you didn't, I know I'm going here again, but you didn't file any rebuttal testimony criticizing any of the proposed adjustments by staff or OPC. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And setting aside, with the exception of the criticism of staff witness Austin, Mr. B. Oliver didn't file any testimony criticizing any of the adjustments made by the other parties. Isn't that correct?
I would not use the word criticizing. He pointed out some concerns, and also discussed how he would have done things maybe a little differently. That's a very different approach than trying to characterize it as criticism. But we did not file any rebuttal testimony to either regarding OPC or staff's revenue requirement positions.
All right.
We didn't file testimony responding to MEA or Walmart's revenue requirement positions if they had them.
Now, when I look at the comparison chart, you would agree with me now that AOBA's recommendation for its historic test year is $25,321,000. Is that correct?
At the time of preparation of this comparison chart, that was what we had determined.
And through here, you adopt positions of you being AOBA, not you personally, but AOBA adopts positions of their other parties. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is there any written testimony in the record that explains why AOBA adopted those positions?
Not now. Meaning, it's been common practice for AOBA to adopt other party positions in brief without putting on testimony to that issue. So, we don't have written testimony, in Sir rebuttal saying we pick A, B, and C from staff and X, Y, Z from OPC. But that's what we do in our briefs.
All
You have a
right.
chance to respond in your reply brief.
Can you look at so essentially what AOBA does is it makes its case in its brief, not in its pre-filed testimony.
It's not making our case. It's, we had our positions and we're adopting other parties' positions, and you combine them, and that's our final briefing position.
Can you look at the revenue comparison chart, sir? And just under line 22 there, interest synchronization, there's an unnumbered line that says electric distribution capital projects rate years 1 and 2 reconciliation. Do you see that?
I do.
And you would agree with me that AOBA is not proposing or adopting any adjustments for rate year 1 and rate year 2 reconciliation. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me looking at this chart that the staff has not proposed any adjustments to rate year 1 and 2 reconciliation. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
And you would agree with me that OPC has not recommended any adjustments to rate year 1 and 2 reconciliation. Isn't that correct?
That is what appears on this chart. If we're on the same page, what page of the chart are you on? Only one AOBA's
I'm on the front page,
Okay.
sir. I thought we'd established that. I'm looking at
Okay,
that,
I was just
that.
making sure.
Okay.
Because I haven't looked.
Yeah, I'm just on page 1. We might
Okay.
get to page 4. We'll see. But it's your understanding that there's been no proposed adjustments to rate years 1 and 2 reconciliation, correct?
Well, I'm actually a little confused on this because you keep talking. I've heard you talk with witnesses Alvarez and Steffens about this reconciliation rate year 1, rate year 2. When I heard Lemming on the stand on Friday saying these were just these AIF filings are just cost trackers, they're just information, and that there won't be any reconciliation until the final reconciliation after MYP 9655 year 3. And so I'm kind of getting a lot of mixed messages about what the company's really asking for and what is the reconciliation process. I thought that within 120 days of the conclusion of the MYP1, you had to file a full reconciliation filing, and that's where prudence would be determined.
Well,
I don't think anyone should agree to a reconciliation with no prudence review.
Well, let me clear that up, Mr. Oliver. Mr. Lemming testified that we still had to do the reconciliation process for rate year 3. Isn't that correct?
Okay, so this is a clarification then. Is it the reconciliation process for rate year 3, or is it because we're done with rate year 3, we have to reconcile the whole first MYP, which would include the prudence review? And so the prudence hasn't been determined on rate years 1 and 2. As many times as we can try to do that, there just hasn't been the information to evaluate in detail to determine whether a reconciliation for rate years 1 and 2 is effectively meaningless right now, because if we have to walk it back if it doesn't pass a prudence review, I thought Lemming was indicating that we're doing all the prudence review in that reconciliation filing 120 days after rate year 3. So why are you, what's this year 1 and 2 reconciliation when the AIF filings were just cost trackers and information provided?
Have you reviewed the testimony of Roger Austin in this case, sir?
I have not.
You have not. Okay. So you're unaware that Mr. Austin determined that rate years 1 and 2 reconciliation for Pepco's multi-year plan were just and reasonable?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that. Mr. Oliver specifically put testimony on, direct and rebuttal, about Mr. Austin's testimony. He would have been the appropriate witness. I also think Mr. Mr. McKeel's question mischaracterized AOBA's position. So I'm going to object to him asking Mr. Tim Oliver that question, and he says he hasn't read his testimony.
Well, I was going to get to that point. I mean, Mr. Oliver on the stand said that he was not familiar with Mr. Austin's testimony.
He brought in rate year 1 and 2. That's fine. I don't have any more questions for this witness.
Okay, fair enough. Redirect.
Yes, I do.
Oh, wait a minute, actually, staff, forgot.
Actually, I have no questions, Your Honor.
Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right. So, redirect.
Yes, please. Okay, just to clarify, on your TBO Schedule 5, the work paper, Mr. Tim Oliver, on the top it says the revenue requirement impact of recommended return on equity and cost of long-term debt. Is that a correct title to this exhibit?
That's a correct title, yes.
Now, is it typical for AOBA, and has it been challenged before by the company, that AOBA reserves the right to support revenue requirement positions developed by OPC, commission staff, and other interveners, as well as the inclusion of additional revenue requirement issues that may be developed as this proceeding progresses? Has Pepco ever objected to that before?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is that a clear statement on page 27 of your testimony?
That is a clear statement.
Are any of the revenue requirement positions of OPC and staff that AOBA is supporting in its adoption of page 1 of the, in its numbers that it submitted on page 1 of the revenue reconciliation filing, are all of those numbers in the record and supported by someone's testimony?
I'm going to
They
object to the leading nature of the question, Your Honor.
I think it is a
Okay,
bit
I can
leading.
say it differently, Your Honor.
Sure, okay.
Okay, for the numbers that are in the AOBA columns on page 1 of the revenue reconciliation chart, can you tell me, are those positions that AOBA has adopted, are those numbers in the record?
Those numbers are in the record.
Did you believe it was necessary for you to put on additional testimony supporting numbers that were already in the record and fully supported by other witness testimony?
Objection again, leading the witness.
Yeah, again, so.
Okay. Can you tell me through the rate reconciliation process and the MYP rider that Pepco is seeking enforcement of, are those the reasons why you believe that Pepco is basically seeking an enforcement of its authorized rate of return from formal case 9650?
Objection again, leading the witness, Your Honor.
Yeah, can you just, I mean, if you want him to opine on something, just
Okay.
sort of put it out there and let him opine
Why
as
do you
opposed to
believe
guiding him.
Pepco, see, I didn't mean to cut you
No,
off.
aren't you-
John.
no, go ahead.
Why do you believe that Pepco is effectively seeking enforcement of its 9655 rate of return in this proceeding?
Objection again, it's the same leading question.
Actually, not this time, so you can answer that one, so.
Well, I think it goes back to something we talked about earlier with the fact that the company gets an authorized return on equity that is used to develop an authorized revenue requirement. And that goes into things like the BSA, where if they fall short, they can try to collect it a couple months later through the BSA rider. And the MYP rider sort of serves a similar function that they're trying to apply on an annual basis before a prudency review, where their interpretation is they get annual reconciliation, where reading the order from 9618, I don't see where it says that each year of the MYP will be reconciled on an annual basis, because we didn't do it for 2 years, and it's just hard to understand why we wouldn't just wait for the third year before we enact the MYP rider till the final prudence review, and in that filing 120 days after the end of the rate year 3, when we have the prudence review, we do the reconciliation, that would form the basis for an MYP rider to be applied going forward to collect whatever over or under recoveries that resulted from the first 3 years of the MYP. That was my understanding.
So, do you believe a prudence determination can be made as a result of the record in this case for rate years 1 or rate years 2?
I do not believe
Objection, it's a leading question
Actually,
again.
that one's fine, so go ahead.
I do not believe the information is in the record, because as we heard yesterday from witness B. Oliver, there's not enough detail in that annual AIF filing that the company represents as just a cost tracker and informational filing and not something to base a determination off of. So, it's hard if the company wants it both ways, like that they want reconciliation, but they don't want a review. So, that's probably all I can say on that.
I think these are my last questions. Taking a look at TBO 1, and I'm looking at line 8. So when you came to your return on equity recommendation, you performed analyses in order to get to that 8.88% original recommendation or original.
Well, that's my
I'm going to object. I didn't ask one question about TBO1 and the 8.8% recommendation.
What he did ask was, what was the starting point for his recommendation that Pepco should receive a 9.10% return on equity? The starting point, in order to determine the starting point, you need to focus on TBO1, and that's why I'm referencing that.
Okay, fair enough.
So yeah, that's the analytical determination without any adjustments. And then, unlike other jurisdictions where I would start with that number and adjust it for whether it's a risk reduction or some other factor, but that was also showing that there's a strong direction downwards from where we currently are. But applying the commission's gradualism of trying to move less than 5 basis points per year, I was constrained by it being outside of that range. And that's why I started for the gradualism adjustment from the currently authorized ROE to have it move over time.
Your Honor, that's all the redirect that I have.
Okay, questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Barbe,
No questions.
Commissioner Richard. Oh, okay. Okay.
Oh, it's not fair. Okay. I liked going last. Well, not quite last. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm sort of losing track of hours and
afternoon.
days. Yes, and I'm glad you're feeling better. First let's turn to Schedule TBO 5. And in questioning from Mr. McKeel, what you were saying is that 43.4 million number was adding historical and the 2 bridge years. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what you said was that you couldn't do historical like you could in the district. So could you explain what you mean by that?
Well, in the District of Columbia, they were required to file a traditional test year rate case in parallel with their MYP filing.
Okay.
In this proceeding, instead of having a parallel single year, they used 2 bridge years at a historic test year. So the historic test year, I can go back to Lemming's testimony and get you the dates for each one, but that goes back 3 years. What Pepco did in the District of Columbia, they said the commission asked them to, and they filed supplemental testimony to do it fairly early on in the travel of the case. And they came up with a single year revenue requirement that didn't have the historic and bridge years leading into what they wanted the rate effective period to be the start of an MYP.
Okay.
So this kind of has 3 years of runway, where what they did in DC was, as you heard Lemming say on Friday, they went on to make further adjustments that they said they would have done if they didn't do an MYP. I.e., they wanted things like construction work in progress allowances, AFUDC, and other additions to plant that would give them a higher 1-year revenue requirement. So we do have the information here to get to a traditional test year. It may not be the one that Pepco would propose if they got to do it themselves, but going through and having a cumulative amount for the historic period, and then making adjustments, to that number for similar to the comparison chart, you can get, you can take different parties' positions and see how you can come to a determination of a historic revenue requirement based on all the information that is currently in the record, and a lot of it is in the comparison chart already.
Okay. And did you participate in the district proceeding?
That we've yet to have a hearing.
Okay. But you've gone through the Pepco's testimony.
Yes.
Okay. And can you speak to how different, in terms of inputs, this 3-year historical test year that you put together here in this chart, versus the historical test year that was used in the district? Can you speak to the differences in inputs that are? I understand that different jurisdictions, but it is the same company.
It is.
And so I just wanted to get your sense of whether you have a sense of what the different inputs are, and is it appropriate to look at those inputs and be able to make comparisons?
Well, I think the biggest difference was that in their original application, they had a historic test year, a single bridge year, and then 3 MYP years. And then when they were required to file, because they were from the order from 1156, which was their previous MYP, they were required to file a traditional test year in parallel with another multi-year application if they were going to proceed. Because there in DC, they are the pilot utility.
Okay.
So they're conducting their own pilot, and it's kind of has been a work in progress there as well. And progress is probably not the right word, but it's been a work. And they then were directed to file a traditional test year. So the commission gave them a month to do it, and they filed. They were ordered in September. They had it done by October or end of August, end of September. And the biggest differences were that they recalculated their plant additions, and they had, similar to the offsets that have been proposed in this case, they did a smoothing type adjustment where they took the residential classes year one revenue requirement and took out half of it and spread it over the next 2 years. And so when they got rid of those types of time shifting of revenue for appearance purposes and added in the plant that they, wanted to, that they thought they would get done by the end of the rate case. And the other difference is that they went from a historic year, so this HTY is all actuals. These bridge years contain some estimate. Bridge year 2 contains, I believe, almost all actuals, except for maybe, I'm trying to remember because it's hard to keep these two cases straight sometimes. When they filed their traditional test year, they took it on themselves to file a 6-month actual, 6-month forecasted historic test year.
Mm-hmm.
And it was very clear that those forecasts were not directly connected to the actuals. And so they kind of weighted the forecasted part there and did other additions and did things like post-test year plant additions, CWIP, to come up with a traditional test year revenue requirement that at that point, those two numbers had no tie. After their supplemental testimony, the traditional test year filing they did was not connected to going forward the way the MYP initial filing was.
Okay, and I'm assuming for Bridge Year 3, since you have MYPs, they're not going to put in forecasted because the forecasted would be for Year 1. Is that your? So it's certainly possible that there would be an additional forecasted period that would have been included had they gone with historical.
Yes, and what I think Pepco's logic was in the district, I don't want to speak too much for Pepco or anything like that, was that they have been allowed a partially forecasted test year in the past, and that by partially forecasting it, it would get them closer to what they were hoping to be the rate effective period.
Okay.
Instead of making it, because the case had already gone on for half a year at this point almost. And they were saying, okay, well, we can do a traditional test year, but we're going to be a little forward on it, as opposed to, at the start of the case, this is the most recent information we had.
Okay. I'd like you to take out the comparison chart that, and unfortunately for you, you have a little one. I have a blown-up one, but my eyes are much older than yours. Okay, so you came up, when you added the two bridge years in the historical test year, you came up with a 43.4 million.
And that was like I was, we had a discussion with.
I know, so
yeah.
no more than.
Yeah.
Right. No,
yeah.
I understand it. If you could take a look at AOBA Direct, can you speak to those numbers on that first page?
Yes.
Okay. So we've got the total of the 25.3 million. Can you talk to how you got to that number?
Yes. So, we started, for comparison purposes, and this was kind of a tough exercise when you're starting with something you're not believing in terms of the MYP. But the unadjusted amounts are from Lemming's rebuttal testimony, and those correspond to rate year 1's Pepco's rate base. And that's how you get the operating income. And then, with the calculus, you apply the rate of return to each adjustment. And, we have the uncontested adjustments. And then we went through and looked at, okay, well, the RMA 16, the Public Electric Vehicle Charging Demand Relief Rider. Well, we kind of just accepted Pepco's position on that. Okay, that's not something that was something we could live with. Then we went through each line like that and kind of populated our column with the numbers from the first 3 columns depending on where we came out. in terms of whether we could support a position or not.
Okay.
But the whole position takes into account our 9.1 cost of equity recommendation and the 5.04 cost of debt for the weighted average return of 7.09. So that's one thing that distinguishes some of the revenue requirement numbers from the other parties, because we have a different rate of return recommendation. And then we didn't accept Pepco's climate regulatory assets, and we then agreed with staff on a number of the electric distribution capital projects, and we agreed with OPC on things like outside service expenses, which we have a long history of fighting.
Okay, so
or
let's
arguing
go
with
back
Pepco.
to the capital projects. Now,
Okay.
given that this is, you're thinking about this as an historical test year, so this would be for projects where there's already been a spend.
Yes.
Okay, so, this is a question I had for OPC. I'm still struggling with trying to figure out how those capital spend projects relate to years 1 and 2. Because I understand your testimony from before, that because you didn't think this was going to be a prudence review of 1 and 2, you were only looking at the under recovery, and so you're doing reconciliation based on what the authorized and the actual.
Yes,
was.
and I guess
Okay.
maybe the way to think about it is that instead of using thinking of that 43 million number from my testimony, we initially started with the $73 million on the top right corner.
Right.
That was based on Pepco's rate base and operating income that they proposed in their forecasted year 1. So the kind of compromise was, instead of going from fully historic, we said, okay, and we actually followed staff and OPC on this, or I think OPC more than staff, to use that as a proxy instead of, you could have tried to sum or average the 3 historic years or get to the end point of it, but to keep it as a better comparison, so it was apples with apples with apples as best we could, I thought that using the rebuttal testimony MYP1 as a starting point and then making adjustments from there was a reasonable way
Okay.
to simulate 1 year.
So let's take electric distribution capital project 69 kV, and there was spend, and then there's proposed sort of additional spend going out to MYP 1, 2, and 3 for the MYP 2. So you are recommending a disallowance of that, correct? Is that
I'm trying to
recommendation?
get my lines straight.
Yeah, I guess the question is, so is the disallowance based on what OPC is recommending?
Yes,
sure, okay.
for a single year.
Okay, so do you know if that recommendation is based on spends for years 1 and 2 of the first MYP?
I don't want to mischaracterize OPC.
So what's your, do you have do you know?
It was my understanding that this was the money that's already been spent,
Right.
and not the money that was planned to be spent in the first rate year of the MYP. So
Okay. So it's your understanding, and maybe that's what I wasn't clear about. So all of the monies that were spent on these projects, so there's monies that have been spent and monies that will be spent under these particular projects. But the monies spent for example, upgrading 69 kV lines,
That's awesome.
that would have been monies that were not spent for R1 and R2. And it's your understanding that what we're doing now in R1 and R2 for the rider has only to do with the under recovery, but has nothing to do with the prudency of the spends for R1 and R2. Okay, I think I'm starting to understand it, but I can tell you this has been and our advisors are struggling with this too. It's not clear, and I've I've read all the testimony, and that's, I mean, and so, Mr. McKeel, I mean, you could tell from my questions that this is really just about trying to understand what, and you can hear from the witness, this witness doesn't understand, and I can tell you that I'm still trying to understand what you're asking us to do. So I think I'm better understanding it. I'm not sure at this point now what else can be done to help me to understand it even better. But I think I'm finally understanding what the ask is. The other thing is, I'm not sure, I mean, from my recollection of questions that I asked of Pepco witnesses, I think Pepco witnesses are under the impression that we're doing a prudency review for years 1 and 2. So I think that's where I just feel like there's, I don't think that we're all on the same page. And I can tell you that it's most important that the commission be on the same page so that we understand what's going on. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard for us to render a decision if we're, at least if I'm not clear. Maybe my fellow commissioners are clear, but I can tell you that I'm not clear. And Mr. Chair, that's all I have.
Commissioner Richard.
I think Commissioner Suchman summed it up very well. I was just trying to understand, as I guess asked previously. I'm just trying to, we have, you know, the reconciliation request that I'm trying to understand, and from the previous witness, the answer came back, we accept the 9 million, but then there's this look back that I'm trying to figure out exactly where does that appear in the revenue requirement, or is there a rider? And I know you were kind of trying to opine on that as well.
You know, I just this morning kind of went back to 9618, just because it's been referenced a few times, and looked at the final order there, and then went to the 9645 lessons learned order. That was from January 22, I believe. And in there, it started talking about the 120 days for the prudency review and final reconciliation. So I didn't see anything that indicated there was a reconciliation on an annual basis or by year. I understood it to be that there is a reconciliation for the first MYP, and that each year would get reconciled, but then it'd be reconciled for all 3, while a prudency review is conducted to make sure that those balances and those over-unders are accurate and were spent well. And that the projects, there wasn't something, you know, out of control or something that was a problem. And that when you get that 3 years reconciled, that would form the basis of the rider that would be collected over probably the remaining period of time of the second MYP. Or because you don't want to be shifting it out way too long and be paying for a difference past the rate effective period. You know, that was one of the issues we brought up with the offsets in this case, is that if you're taking benefits or future tax deductions from years ahead to reduce your rates now, you're effectively moving recovery outside the rate effective period. So I would assume that an MYP rider would have a pretty short shelf life, but it would be, you'd get another one after the second MYP reconciliation process, and that's kind of that. But it's hard to call when we haven't had a prudency review. It's hard to know that you're going to get it right the first time, and if you're going to have to make a correction at the final reconciliation anyways, it seems a little premature to do a reconciliation for 2 years out of 3 now, when you're going to do a third in 120 days after the hearing concludes. So maybe I haven't spent enough time with the orders from the BG&E cases, but that was my understanding, or how logically sounds it would work, is you would wait till you can have all 3 years side by side, compare them to the budgets that were approved, be able to do discovery on projects, find out why the costs were so different from what we saw, not just an information filing, but actually have a docketed hearing that would be an MYP rider hearing, effectively, that would combine those 2 activities of going through the reconciliation and seeing if the costs were appropriate. And then that would be establishing, you know, the BSA may not have been the best example just because it's such a rolling rider, but it would be something that would be, you know, that's how much Pepco would need to be made whole, or that's how much, you know, ratepayers got overcharged. and that would go into a single line surcharge, or maybe it's rolled into another surcharge. I mean, I've seen Pepco's done that with other things where things get, their BSA in DC and here gets applied to rates. Yeah, you can go look up the riders and go look up what the changes are, but people don't see a separate line item on their bill. And that could be an approach that lends itself to an MYP rider as well. But that's just thinking it through out loud with you.
Right, and I think that's what we're trying to do, and it was, I think, the intent and the hope in the pilot that we would have a utility, and that hopefully we could work through some of these issues, so we're not kind of doing this on the fly on a second.
And that partly was
IP, so.
that partly what informs our recommendation for a single year revenue requirement is that until we get the details of how to do this prudence review and reconciliation and how, BG&E's experience goes through, and we have a more codified system and we have more guidance on what we're going to use to evaluate prudence and what types of information is going to be required, so we don't have to spend a lot of time back and forth in these side proceedings, that a single year revenue requirement now while we work those things out, and then maybe another MYP. But I think, as we heard from witnesses Alvarez and Stephens Day, is that there's a definite risk trade-off, and we also believe in that we're on the single year traditional rate case side of this paradigm in terms of the protections it offers for ratepayers.
Right. And in just that discussion, it was my understanding that the reconciliation process was ultimately accepted in the pilot for concerns for ratepayers, and now it seems like it's being looked at as one mechanism to take care of any kind of mistakes in forecasting. And then you're correct. Then we have this other review of the prudency of the spend. So it's kind of is it like a two-part prudency? Is that kind of what you're saying? One is just look at whether or not, or why we have to reconcile in the first place, and then we actually get a chance to, at the very end, have a review of the spend, the actual capital spend.
So usually, in a traditional rate case, you'd have the prudency when they have their rate request, because you see the receipts, you look at what they spent, what projects they did, and that's done. This makes it, before you get to that point, it's hard to, looking forward, and they have latitude, as we heard, it's hard to do, but the reconciliation also includes, they expected customer growth to grow by X%, and it only grew by X minus 1 for a certain class. So therefore, their revenues were off. So the reconciliation is more of like an accuracy gauge for their forecasting and what their expectations were. And then the prudency review is kind of, did you use the capital budgets well that we gave you?
Yeah, that was better said than the way I said it. Just quickly, just trying to understand how DC is grappling with this. So they submitted an application, if I heard you correctly, and then the commission told them to go back and in addition to the ad application, add a historic test year. Is that
correct?
They were, as you were understanding,
they were ordered. We had a order that changed the schedule of that case too.
Okay.
Because they filed, I believe, beginning of May. I mean, actually, it was April. It was like the middle of April. They filed in the district, and we had all the normal discovery and pre-hearing conferences and scheduling conferences. And then there was a couple motions, and there's the rest of the parties, OPC, DC government, and us, all said, look at the order you made in 1156. They were required to file a traditional test year, and they didn't do it. So then the commission gave them
Which I thought was in our order as well. So that's kind of why I'm surprised too about this whole issue about trying to grapple with these two bridge years.
And so,
I thought,
but in DC they made it another layer of complication, because they were supposed to do a review and lessons learned and evaluation of the initial pilot, as well as the reconciliation and the prudency before getting into whether we do a traditional test year or not. And now all three of those pieces are all kind of just twisted together. And it's made that case very unwieldy as well, because we're trying to do they didn't have anything for a prudency review guidance or time frame or anything. And it's kind of weird having the lessons learned being done concurrently with what should we do. And so that's why that case has been fairly protracted as well. And we're, I think we have 2 weeks to file sir rebuttal testimony in that proceeding, and then hearings are in middle of late April, as
so
the schedule goes now.
We're ahead here in
Yeah.
Maryland, so that's kind of
Yeah.
be in a different circumstance. So for our situation now, I think Bruce Oliver and you are suggesting we do have all the information necessary. Should we just want to revert to this to a historic test year? Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
but I mean, there's going to have to be some type of like I told you how we made a compromise, and we kind of looked at and said that the MYP year one is probably the most reliable rate base number because it accounts for the 3 years they've already done, and it's the most near term forecasted number.
Right.
And that may be a reasonable basis for the rate effective capital structure for a single.
And I
revenue
thought
program.
Bruce Oliver did a good job kind of walking us through how we might approach that. Would another approach be simply to reject the historic test year application and then just ask the company, tell the company to come back with a historic test year? Is that a cleaner approach? Or, I mean, I guess as an intervener, what's, I guess, least burdensome and efficient, I guess, for this process?
Well, it's kind of tough because we have a much tighter clock here in Maryland with the legislation that the time limits for whether
I
it's
think
an
if we
MYP
reject
or
it,
not.
though, we set the clock back to zero, right?
That would be cleaner if
Okay.
you rejected the MYP as filed and invited them to file what they want. Then if they could file a case next week or not next week, but in like a month or so, then that would be a way to approach it and get Pepco a revenue requirement. And if they kept it simple and they didn't, and it was something that we didn't have to get all this logistics on, or not logistics, but confusion over things like the reconciliation and stuff, then that could be a case that could potentially settle. But when everyone can't even get on the same page,
A
it's
case
hard-
that could potentially settle, is that what you just said?
interested in putting on a case that they think could settle.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So in your discussion with the company, given the corporate structure of Pepco, since you can't buy Pepco stock, the return on equity is mainly used for financing by the company. Since the cost of money is significantly higher now than it was when we set the ROE in the first Pepco multi-year rate plan, why shouldn't the ROE go up or at least not go down?
Well, I think that it depends on if you believe that the ROE effectively accounts for the risk that Pepco has and compared to where else you can put your dollar in the market. And if Exelon's able to earn 9.5% return when they put a dollar into Pepco, and they can't do that by putting dollars into a mutual fund or another utility investment because they have a lower return on it. That return is very attractive from a market perspective. And so as market expectations have been declining, the utilities rate of return has not. So they've been getting pretty much a steady state return while there's been a lot of volatility and downward pressure on a lot of capital markets and financial markets due to the increased cost of capital, which Pepco only experiences very incrementally when they do a debt issuance. It's also impacted by their appetite for capital spending. And so it's something that can be managed and controlled. But I think that, we try to have this relationship between interest rates and returns on equity, but there's not a correlation there. If there was a tight correlation with interest rates going up and cost of capital going up and rates of return going up, then there should also be the opposite situation where when interest rates went down, their return on equity should have followed the same way. And over the 12-year period from 2008 until interest rates started going up, we saw upward movement in utility ROEs, not following interest rates down by some, ratio or some type of contango argument where they kind of moved that way. So I think that if we didn't use that as a rationale that when rates went down, that the ROE should go down, then it's not really a great rationale now. Just because interest rates go up, the ROE has to go up. Because they are fairly insulated and they're not regulated. They're a monopoly operation where you can't invest in it. They don't have to attract capital. They have to attract good debt financing terms. But Exelon is the bellwether for the capital. And if Exelon is doing good, then they'll have access to capital and they'll infuse equity to their operating companies. And then it just turns into how much is the cost of debt and what's the weighted cost of debt over, due to the impact of interest rates. So there isn't quite that close tie between the equity of an operating company and the rates of equity and the rates of debt. And that's why I also proposed a fixed term of long-term debt, because you can't predict these markets that well to know what's going to be in 2027. And that, I think, is a kind of a tough spot to be in. And that's why it used to be that you'd set a rate, you'd set a return, you'd set a revenue requirement, and the company would ride that until they needed a change. And if that was good enough, the company could stay out 3 to 5 years. It was only in recent times we started seeing this pressure of rate cases being filed on more than an annual basis before moving to an MYP. So, or having the MYP discussion begin was due to that kind of rapid pressure. And also, it's a lot of the return expectation that investors and credit rating agencies have is directly related to management's operation and the performance of the company itself. Like you can authorize them a 10.5, but if they can't control their costs, they're not going to earn a 10.5. And so there's a lot of kind of factors that go into it more than just kind of wanting to find a relationship between interest rates and returns for utilities.
Okay, thank you very much. Alrighty, actually, why don't we take a 15-minute break?
Yeah,
Or actually,
that would be fine with me, Your Honor. I did have an item that I would like to mark and enter into the record. It's some response to the bench data requests that were issued on Friday. I don't know if you want to do that now or when we come back.
we'll take it up when we come back.
Okay, sounds good.
So we'll be back at 4 o'clock.
I did.
Okay, back on the record.
Your Honor,
Ostrander.
yes, Your Honor, at this time, I would like to mark an item for identification as OPC Exhibit 34.
Okay.
And Your Honor, this item has previously been passed out to all the parties, and it is the OPC responses to the bench data requests that were issued last Friday. We've actually filed it in the docket and served it on all the parties, so the parties that aren't here today in person should have a copy of this in their inboxes. I'm not going to ask any questions of any witnesses on this item, but Mr. Efron has sponsored the bench data responses, so when he appears tomorrow afternoon, the parties and the commission will be able to cross-examine him on anything that's in here.
Okay, thank you.
And at this point, I'd also like to move it into evidence.
I object. I have a few reasons for objecting. The first is if you look at OPC data request, the response to the bench request number 1, on the second page, it is a response to rejoinder testimony from Rob Lemming. This is improper, an improper addition to this data request because, as the company has said a few times in this hearing, we have the burden of proof. We have the last word. And if I recall correctly, the chairman had rejected or overruled, or I'm sorry, sustained an objection when I believe it was counsel for AOBA attempted to do live rejoinder of one of her witnesses. So that at minimum would have to be
Wait a minute.
stricken.
So you said on page 2.
Page 2 of OPC response to bench data request number 2.
Oh, I see. Not the letter, but.
Yes, I'm sorry,
Okay.
the actual
Hey,
attachment.
The actual response. All right, so let me.
I think the reference to Mr. Lemming's rejoinder testimony is in the response to the bench data request number 1. But it is on page 2, as Ms. Curry.
Page 2 of
3.
Oh, I see.
OPC bench data request number 1.
Yes. And if I may just be heard in response to Ms. Curry's objection. So, we are in somewhat unusual circumstances with the posture of the case being filed as an MRP and some questions from the bench regarding the the ability of the commission to reject the MRP and do something different. We do believe that the information that's contained in this response will assist the commission in making whatever determination that it sees fit. I'd also mention that I believe that Pepco has reserved the right to recall Mr. Lemming, and so they would still have an opportunity to have the last word. We would not object to that because we do believe that to the extent that the record needs to be completed, Mr. Lemming's testimony might be needed. At this point, Pepco will have a complete opportunity to ask any questions to Mr. Efron when he appears tomorrow about either of his filed testimonies or his responses to these data requests. And so we would ask that Pepco's request not to allow this into the record be denied.
I continue to object. If it's an improper procedure, it's still an improper procedure, and curing it by making the company call a witness to defend something that's improper.
Well, actually.
And I have two other objections. If I
Okay,
can.
all right.
The other objections, one, it's not a proper procedure to allow this information in at the last minute. It's prejudicial to us. This is information that has been added to the record at a very late stage that wasn't contemplated for in the original procedural schedule. And then my final objection is a letter that's signed by counsel. That should not go in, and I don't know if that was the intention of OBC to include the letter, which is not sworn testimony. It's a statement by counsel. So that should not be considered evidence or as part of this bench data request.
All right, so why don't you address the last item?
Okay, sure. When Commissioner Richard directed his request to us. It was for OPC to provide information and data needed to, I believe in his words, was to bolster the alternative proposal that we presented in this case. We do think that the information contained in the narrative of this cover letter would be consistent with that bench data request. There was no requirement actually that we actually have our responses sponsored by a witness, but we did make every effort to do that. But we do believe that this information that we have included in the letter will be helpful to the commission, and we'd ask that the commission accept it and give it whatever weight it feels it's due.
So, this situation was in fact created by us. We asked for this information, asked for from the other parties, and I've had numerous requests raised by various counsel for the company about an opportunity to respond to anything that gets filed, to recall witnesses, and give the company opportunity to respond to any of these things. So ultimately, the company's going to, and I told all the people that have asked me that over the course of these few days, every time I've been asked that, I've assured you that you will get a chance to respond. And we will allow you to respond. So you will get the last word, as you pointed out that you get to do because you have the burden of proof. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and admit this, and you can respond to it over the next couple of days we're going to be here, or later.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. And at this time, I would call Mr. Ron Nelson to the stand. And ask the court reporter to swear him in.
I do.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nelson. Can you identify yourself and state the name of your employer and your business address?
Yes, my name is Ron Nelson. I'm the president and founder of Volt Watt Consulting LLC. The business address is 1311 Southeast 53rd Avenue, Portland, Oregon 97215.
Thank you. And you filed 3 rounds of pre-filed testimony in this case?
Correct.
And do you have before you a copy of your direct testimony in this case filed on December 15th, 2023, consisting of 97 pages of testimony and 4 exhibits?
I do.
And you have filed both a public version and a confidential version of this direct testimony?
Correct.
Your Honor, I would like to have marked for identification the public version of Mr. Nelson's direct testimony is OPC Exhibit 35A.
So marked.
And the confidential version of his direct testimony marked as OPC Exhibit 35B.
So marked.
Mr. Nelson, was this testimony that we've had marked as OPC Exhibits 35A and B prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Do you have any corrections to make to this testimony?
Yes, I have some updates.
Okay, and what are those corrections?
I just need to update my employment status.
Okay, and can you point us to the page and line numbers where that correction or update should appear?
Yes, my direct testimony, it's page 1, lines 5 through 6. I'll start with, and then I'll move to line 10.
Okay.
Line 5 should read, "My name is Ron Nelson, president and founder of Volt Watt Consulting LLC. My business address is Volt Watt Consulting LLC at 1311 Southeast 53rd Avenue, Portland, Oregon 97215. On line 10, it should read, previous to founding Volt Watt Consulting LLC, I was a senior director."
Okay, thank you. And if I ask you the questions included in this testimony today, with the exception of those corrections, would your answers be the same or similar?
Yes,
And do you adopt this testimony as your sworn testimony in this case?
I do.
Do you also have before you a copy of your rebuttal testimony in this case filed on January 26, 2024, consisting of 17 pages of testimony?
I do.
Your Honor, I would like to mark this rebuttal testimony, the public version of Mr. Nelson's rebuttal testimony is OPC Exhibit 36. And there was no confidential version of this testimony.
So marked.
Mr. Nelson, was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Do you have any corrections to make to this rebuttal testimony?
I have a similar correction to make.
Okay. Can you tell us the page and line numbers where those corrections appear?
Yes, line 5, page 1 should state, "My name is Ron Nelson. I am president and founder of Volt Consulting, LLC, located at 1311 Southeast 53rd Avenue, Portland, Oregon, 97215.
And do you have any other corrections for this rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
All right. And with the exception of those corrections, if I asked you the questions that are included in this testimony today, would your answers be the same or similar?
Yes,
And do you adopt this testimony as your sworn testimony in this case?
I do.
All right. And lastly, Mr. Nelson, do you have a copy of your sir rebuttal testimony in this case filed on February 23rd, 2024, consisting of 41 pages of testimony and one exhibit?
I do.
And you filed both a public version and confidential version of this sir rebuttal testimony?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, I would like to mark the public version of Mr. Nelson's sir rebuttal testimony as OPC Exhibit 37A,
So marked.
and the confidential version of this sir rebuttal testimony is OPC Exhibit 37B.
So marked.
Mr. Nelson, was this sir rebuttal testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
Do you have any corrections to make to this testimony?
I have a similar correction to make.
And just tell me the page and line numbers where the correction should occur.
Page 1, line 5 should state, "My name is Ron Nelson. I am president and founder of Volt Consulting, LLC, located at 1311 Southeast 53rd Avenue, Portland, Oregon, 97215.
All right, thank you. And was this testimony prepared by you or under your supervision?
It was.
And do you have any corrections to make to this sorry. If I asked you the questions included in this testimony today, except for those corrections, would your answers be the same or similar?
Yes,
And do you adopt this testimony as your sworn testimony in this case?
I do.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I would like to move OPC Exhibits 35A, 35B, 36, 37A, and 37B into the evidence of this case.
No objection.
So admitted.
All right, thank you, Your Honor, and Mr. Nelson is now available for questioning by other parties in the commission.
Aoba.
No questions, Your Honor.
Walmart.
No questions, Your Honor.
Pepco.
I have questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Nelson. My name is Taylor Beckham. I represent the company in this case. I don't think we've met, so it's nice to meet you.
Good. Nice to meet you, Miss Beckham.
When did you leave Stratogen? Is it Stratogen? I guess when did you leave Stratogen?
Strategy and Consulting. I left. I'd have to look at a calendar. I think it was during February. Would you like me to be more specific?
That's fine. And do you have any professional experience using statistical models to forecast billing determinants on behalf of a utility?
On behalf of a utility?
Yes.
I. One minute. I don't believe I've done that exact exercise for a utility.
Okay. And in this case, are you aware that Pepco witness John Corsi, who sponsors the forecasting billing determinants in this case, conducted a review of his work papers supporting the forecasted billing determinants that he filed in this case for all the parties?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what question you're asking. You're asking me if I know he did a review?
Yeah, I asked if you're aware that he conducted a review of his forecasting materials, his work papers, that support the billing determinants that he submitted in this case. Are you aware that he conducted that review for all the parties in this case?
I would assume that he would do a review.
Okay, did you attend that review?
Oh, you're talking about a meeting?
Yeah.
No, I was not aware of that.
Okay. And I'm going to flip to your sir rebuttal. Am I correct that your recommendation in this case is that as it relates to solar, the solar forecast in this case, that your recommendation is that to set the forecast to take the average of the past 3 years of incremental monthly additions to arrive at a lower forecast of solar adoption. Is that accurate?
I don't know that I'm not sure it's lower than what the company is forecasting. Yes.
So your recommendation is to forecast residential solar for the past 3 years, or based on, the past 3 years of incremental monthly additions?
Yes.
Okay. And on direct testimony, is it correct that your recommendation was that the company should produce a forecast that's more consistent with trends from the past 5 years?
Yes, I updated it
Okay.
in Survey.
Okay. And were you provided any additional information from Pepco between the time of filing your direct testimony and your surrebuttal testimony related to solar forecasting?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And did you provide any analysis to support this 3-year approach that you recommend on surrebuttal?
Just what's in my surrebuttal.
Okay, and so what's in your surrebuttal is that this is not a robust solar forecast that you suggest, right?
Yeah, so in my direct, I show that the method that utilities using over forecasts used based on actual data, and so in response to the company's rebuttal, I came up with an alternative method that we felt would be better over time.
So there's no evidence in this record that would support your 3-year average recommendation, right?
Well, yeah, because it performs better over the actuals.
Okay. Well, speaking to the forecasting, do you agree with me that there's inherent discrepancies between actuals and forecasting?
Always.
Okay. And are you aware of President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act?
I am.
Okay. And are you aware that it's extended the solar investment tax credit out to 2032?
I am.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that extending tax solar credits at least through 2030, or at least through, strike that. Is it fair to say that with tax solar credits being extended at least through 2027, that could be an incentive for increased solar adoption?
I didn't see any analysis on that in the record. That wasn't part of the utilities solar forecast, to my knowledge.
That wasn't my question. My question was, would it be fair to say that extending or a tax credit that certainly extends through 2027 could be an incentive to increase solar adoption?
I would want to see the analysis, I guess, to support it.
So you don't think that tax credits being available through 2032 would support increased adoption in solar?
It would depend on several factors.
Okay, no further questions.
Any redirect?
I have no reader.
Oh, actually, stay up.
Hey, I have a few questions. Sorry.
Sorry about that. Not personal, I can assure you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Nelson. I'm Jim Greger with Staff Council.
Good afternoon.
I just have a few questions. And to start with, can you please turn to page 19 of your rebuttal testimony? This is more a clarifying question. Starting on line 3, you state, given that, as I noted in my direct testimony, my bill impacts-based proposal represents a departure from precedent, I am willing to focus instead on my proposed 2-step method as my primary recommendation for apportionment. Just to clarify, does that mean you are withdrawing your bill impacts-based proposal, or that is simply your secondary recommendation now?
My primary recommendation is the 2-step that I presented.
Understood. Thank you. Okay, moving on to page 19 of your rebuttal testimony. I'm looking at lines 6 through 8.
I apologize, but I I only have 17 pages of
I think
my rebuttal.
Oh, I'm
you
sorry, your
still-
Sir rebuttal. My apologies.
No worries.
Yeah. It's been a long day. So page 22 of your Sir rebuttal, I'm looking at lines 6 through 8. Specifically the sentence that reads, "It is not reasonable for classes with URORs as low as 0.12 to receive the same increase as classes that are only slightly under earning prior to apportionment." So just so I understand your argument correctly, so do you think it would be appropriate to apportion a greater piece of a rate increase to those highly under-earning classes than it would be to the slightly under-earning classes?
I think in this case, yes.
Okay, even if that would have a disproportional rate impact on those highly under-earning classes that may or may not impact the principle of gradualism.
I wouldn't want it to go that far, so you'd have to, it would depend. So that's why I'm saying in this case,
Okay.
that's kind of what's being implied there, right?
Understood, thank you. Moving on to page 23 of your Sir rebuttal. In this case, I'm looking at lines 13 through 16. You state the UROR for Schedule R would increase from 0.87 to 1.03. As noted in my rebuttal testimony, this example is illustrative, as final URORs cannot be known without multi-year C-cost data. So, moving on to lines 17 and 18, you then further state final URORs could be lower for Schedule R, but they could also be higher. So, your analysis didn't really indicate that the residential class would go over that system average, did it not? Or, in this case, you're not sure that the UROR for the residential rate class would go over system average.
I mean, I state the method I used to get to the 1.03. And yes, there's uncertainty. That's the estimate for right now and the future. The future is uncertain.
Understood. That is all I had. Thank you.
No.
I actually do have a couple of redirect questions based on Mr. Greger's questions. When Mr. Greger asked you about the portions of your Sir rebuttal testimony on page 23, he mentioned that the final URORs cannot be known without multi-year C-cost data. You see that?
Yes.
Did you request that data from Pepco as a data request in this proceeding?
I requested as much actual data as was available, so I think we went up to the end of 2023 to update demand allocators. So we were trying to get additional, more recent information on that could have been used to update URORs.
And was that information provided to you?
It was not.
Thank you. No more questions.
Questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Barbe?
None for me.
Commissioner Richard?
So you're withdrawing the bill impact approach to cost allocation, class of cost allocation. Is that correct?
Well, I specifically said that my primary
Okay.
recommendation is the
two-step.
The two-step.
Okay.
I think it's important to reflect on total bill impacts because I think that's important as well. But
Total
in
bill
this
impact.
case-
Is that primarily this concept under the circumstance of an MRP, or would it also apply to a historic test year?
Traditionally, when I've testified on revenue apportionment, I look at both bill impacts and
You do. Okay.
distribution rates.
Is this used anywhere else in the country? That approach?
My apportionments have been adopted in Minnesota and Utah. That's off the top of my head.
Minnesota and Utah. Okay. All right, no other questions at this time. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Schlesman.
No questions.
So, when you were being questioned by the company, I think I heard you say that you didn't think that the tax credits included in the recent federal legislation would increase solar. At least that's what I thought I heard.
I said I did not see any analysis on the tax credits. So that was one of the specific critiques we were making of the utilities forecasting. So with EVs, they used pretty robust data. They had prices, they had policies, they had all of these different inputs into their forecast. With PV, they didn't have any. They just used an exponential curve that made the installed capacity amount skyrocket. And that was basically influenced by 3 months of data. And so I took the data after that 3 months, and it levels off, and it did not go exponential.
Okay, so you don't have an opinion about whether or not tax credits will affect solar deployment one way or the other.
Well, what I'm implying is if you want to do that, put it in your forecast and explain how it's going to impact the forecast. And that's specifically what we're saying is like you should put that in your forecast and explain how it's going to impact installations. But they didn't do that. They used an oversimplified method, in my view, and just, drew a line to the ceiling. And that has a rate impact that benefits the company because it increases distribution rates because it acts as energy efficiency and lowers residential
Now,
sales.
Did they do that because that's the world that existed when they, were looking at that?
I don't think they use the same method across other forecasts. So that's again, they're kind of choosing what kind of forecasting method is being used, and using the exponential forecast did not appear reasonable, and it did not reflect historic installations. And we asked them discovery on this about why it was exponential, and I believe that that's in my SIR rebuttal. They don't talk about tax credits. They don't talk about how they analyzed anything else. They just say that they give a very brief response that did not satisfy.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thanks a lot. So I think that's all for today. Tomorrow we'll start, I guess, after the admin meeting, whenever that is over. So we'll see you then.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So.